and the Department of Education. Today's producer was Haley Blassingame. This program comes to you from WAMU, part of American University in Washington, distributed by NPR. I'm Jen White.
And I'm Todd Zwillick.
Thanks for listening, and we'll talk again tomorrow. This is 1A.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Ooma, a cloud-based phone service for any size business with an automated virtual receptionist, video meetings, and other features to connect to customers and coworkers anywhere at ooma.com/NPR. From Americans United for Separation of Church and State. Since 1946, AU has supported the First Amendment right of freedom of religion. More at au.org. And from the sustaining members of this NPR station.
News happens fast. So for the next 3 hours, we've carved out a space to talk through it all. And yes, you're invited to weigh in. Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan are up next with Boston Public Radio, here on GBH News 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you. And St. Andrew's School in Barrington, Rhode Island. Committed to kindness and belonging, with tailored teaching and learning support for middle and high schoolers. Open house January 14th. standrews-ri.org. Rapper Wiz Khalifa and actor Sanaa Lathan learn about ancestors who left the American South in search of better lives in the North. Join Henry Louis Gates Jr. for a new episode of Finding Your Roots, tomorrow at 8 on GBH2.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, The Great Privation. The play confronts how Black Americans have been forced to survive in systems built on taking of land, of labor, of bodies. Moving across time, it centers on mothers and daughters, body snatchers and power, and the uneasy truth that some lives have long been treated as expendable. A stark, unsettling conversation with history. It's now in Boston by way of Company One Theater. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Braude, head on the 11 o'clock hour BPR. Checks and balances. That's the refrain repeated each time Trump was elected president. The courts and Congress will keep in check his most extreme impulses. Well, about a year into his second term, it's clear our institutions can't keep up with the speed of his authoritarian moves. So, what now? Polar text.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then we continue talk of the imperial presidency with former U.S. Ambassador to Denmark, Rufus Gifford. As the president and his sycophants continue to up their rhetoric on taking over the Danish territory of Greenland, what would it all mean for Europe, NATO, and beyond? That's all ahead, the 11 o'clock hour at BPR, GBH, and NEPM.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. President Trump says Tehran is asked to set up negotiations over the widespread protests engulfing Iran. He said a meeting could be arranged, but Trump would not rule out U.S. strikes against Iran before that. NPR's Jackie Northam has more.
President Trump said the U.S. might have to act before any meeting with Tehran because of, quote, what's happening in Iran. Thousands of protesters poured into the streets in all corners of the country. Videos of large crowds, burning buildings, and dead bodies in the street and morgues were posted on social media despite an ongoing internet and cell phone blackout. Tehran has not publicly said anything about a meeting with the U.S. Earlier on Sunday, a senior member of Iran's parliament warned that U.S. bases and ships in the region would be legitimate targets for preemptive strikes if it looked as though the U.S. would attack. But Iran's military capabilities were badly weakened during the 12-day war with Israel last June. Jackie Northam, NPR News.
Federal Reserve Board Chair Jerome Powell says the Justice Department sent the nation's central bank a subpoena last Friday. It's over the Fed's building renovations of its offices in Washington, D.C. Powell says the Justice Department also threatened a criminal indictment. He released a video statement yesterday saying these are all pretexts to force the Fed to cave to President Trump's views on interest rates.
The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation.
Powell says he will continue to do his job as Fed chair. Nurses are walking the picket lines in New York City this morning. Some 15,000 are on strike against several major hospitals that their union says are the most wealthy facilities. NPR's Kristen Wright reports this is one of the largest nursing strikes ever in the city.
Nurses from 5 hospitals in New York walked off the job. They want to preserve health care benefits, safer staffing, and protections from workplace violence. A man with a sharp object barricaded himself in a room in Brooklyn and was shot and killed by police last week. Darla Joyner is on the picket lines. She's been a nurse for 12 years and is part of the union's bargaining committee.
That's the thing with our job. It can go from 0 to 100, and you can't really say it's just an emergency unit or a psych department. It can happen anywhere in the hospital.
The strike comes during a terrible flu season. Governor Kathy Hochul has declared a disaster emergency due to healthcare staffing shortages. Kristen Wright, NPR News.
On Wall Street, the Dow was down more than 100 points. This is NPR.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. The former finance director for Brookline Public Schools is suing the district and the town, alleging that she was illegally fired after a deputy superintendent asked her to falsify financial information and retaliated against her when she refused to do so. Brookline.News reports that Diane Johnson, who worked as the district's finance director from November of 2023 to September of last year, filed a class action lawsuit in November alleging that the district had withheld more than $10,000 of her wages after she was fired. The complaint also alleges that Susan Givens, the district's deputy superintendent of administration and finance, requested that Johnson, quote, falsify financial information to present an artificially rosy version of the district's financial affairs, unquote, and then retaliated against Johnson for months. Actress and comedian Amy Poehler won her second Golden Globe last night, but this time it was in a brand new category. Rapper Snoop Dogg presented the first ever award for Best Podcast at the 83rd Golden Globes in Beverly Hills. Her podcast, Good Hang with Amy Poehler, has been a fan favorite since she started it. In 2014, Poehler, who was born in Newton, Mass. And grew up in Burlington, won the Golden Globe for her role in Parks and Recreation. Celtics in Indiana tonight for a game against the Pacers. Monday Night Football, AFC Wildcard Playoff Houston is at Pittsburgh. 33 degrees in Boston, 35 in Springfield. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, supporting books, radio, podcasts, film, television, theater, and more to bridge science and the humanities. And the listeners who support this NPR station.
Jim Brady, I am Marjorie Egan. You're listening to Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH and NEPM as well. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're going to be back at the Boston Public Library tomorrow. The Attorney General of the Commonwealth, Andrea Joy Campbell, will be with us from 11 to noon, taking our questions and yours. Hello, Jim.
Hello, Marjorie. Donald Trump has built his political empire on being a showman, often a sadistic showman, from his descent down the golden escalator in 2015 to the very high-profile immigration crackdown of 2025 and 26. And the first 2 weeks of this year are no different, from ousting Maduro in Venezuela, suggesting Marco Rubio is the next leader of Cuba, his goons at the Department of Justice criminally investigating the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, potential war with Iran, threatening to invade Greenland, stripping more history, in this case impeachment history, from the walls of the Smithsonian, and of course ICE's actions in Minnesota that left one woman dead. But as M. Gergen contemplates in her discussion with Ezra Klein in the New York Times, the downfall of American democracy isn't just to do with Trump's flood the zone approach. It's democratic institutions working far more slowly than an autocratic and aging Trump. Democracy only works when we see it working, posits Gergen. And over the course of Trump's second term, we haven't seen enough of the institutions functioning the way they need to. In fact, all we've seen is something of a plodding capitulation. From Congress to the courts to higher education to the media, it seems like we've been presented with an onslaught of institutions, some government, some not, unable to keep up with the pace of this, let's call it, change. The number's 877-301-8970 to call or text. Do you agree with Gergen's take that our institutions are not built for this moment? If you agree, or whether you agree or not, are we built for this moment? The number's 877-301-8970. You know, I was listening to Ezra Klein's interview with M. Gergen. We've discussed concepts like hers there's on our show, right? But I don't think we ever articulated as well as they did. I mean, the whole notion, we talk a lot about the flooding the zone thing. Every hour, every day, there's something new. We're going to bomb this country. We're going to take over that country. We're going to do, they're sending now, what's the last thing you do after what happened in Minnesota?
1,000 more ICE people.
I looked up this morning. Yeah. I don't know if this is true. Do you know how many cops there are in Minneapolis? 600.
I think you said 600.
600, and they're going to have 3,000 ICE agents. It's 5 times as many people. But the point that they were making, which I thought was so true, and I guess we've mentioned this too, but again, not with the same level of articulation, our institutions, which are deliberative and plotting, were intended to be that way, and they can't work. And I'm sure Bannon and Miller figured this out a long time ago, when the arc towards autocracy is bending as quickly as it is.
You know, it's kind of the word. You know, democracy is more obviously deliberative, and an authoritarian regime is run by an authoritarian who says, I want to do this, and it's done. I want to do that, and it's done. And it's amazing how fast this has happened. I mean, I think
Gergen say it's faster than in Russia.
It's faster than Russia, and also Iran and Hungary were other places that were mentioned in that piece. You know, I also heard a great interview with the chief of police in Minnesota this morning on my favorite podcast, The Daily, who was talking about they are very understaffed, because that was where, of course, George Floyd was murdered.
4 blocks away,
back
from what I recall.
It was 2020 or 21. I always get that mixed up.
I'm not sure.
But in any case, that many police officers, you know, that was a very difficult time for the cops in Minnesota. A lot of them retired early, they left, and they're just building back up. But he also talked about, very interestingly, the procedures that you're supposed to follow in these situations, that you are supposed to, as a police officer, go to an automobile, identify yourself. You're not supposed to run up to the car and, you know, get the F out of the car, as these people did with ICE, and you're never supposed to stand in front of the car, as the ICE agent did. So he was basically saying it's how ICE is carrying out its duties that is so upsetting to him and to the people of Minneapolis.
You know, after I had heard Gergen with Klein, and then I read some of the things that Gergen's written on the same topic, I'm wondering, it's not just, I think, I'm actually interested in your response, it's not just because the Congress is led by sycophantic Trumpites. Even if the Democrats were in control, as they will likely be in the House, at least after the midterms, can even Congress keep up with the incredible pace? I mean, think about this. When I was reading this at the beginning, this whole thing, Rubio runs Cuba, the latest in Venezuela. He met with the oil guys on Friday. The threats, well, of course, Colombia, he backed off because now he's talked to the guy on the phone. He's happy with him. The Greenland, we're going to take it, we're going to speak to the former ambassador to Denmark in a few minutes. We'll either take it the hard way or the easy. This is all over the weekend. I mean, what could even a responsible Congress do within this kind of time frame?
Before the show, I was saying to you, well, maybe the Republicans are finally going to stand up and do something. But then I thought, even when the Republicans do stand up and do something, if they do, he'll veto what they do or just break the law anyway, because that's what's happened. It's sort of lawless. So it's very scary. And one of the points Gergen made was that this is a point I've made many times, that many people in America aren't going to care what happens in Venezuela, even if the president, which I think he's going to do, is create a slush fund for himself with all that oil. It's not going to benefit the people in Venezuela. It's not going to benefit Americans. It's going to maybe benefit Chevron, which is already there, and some of its rich donors. It's
surely not going to benefit Exxon because he said it was uninvestable. What did he say? Uninvestable? Is that the word? I think that was the word.
Something like that. That a lot of people in America aren't going to care, just like a lot of people in America are on the side of ICE out in Minneapolis. So we're living in these two different news bubbles. It's very effective. The lying, and it is at this point a lying news bubble and a non-lying news bubble, but many millions are in the lying news bubble.
Also, the other thing that's troubling about the plodding pace with which we and institutions respond to everything. At the end of the show, the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to speak to Princeton's Khalil Gibran Muhammad, and one of the things we're going to talk to him about is how Trump is working hard not just to dramatically change the culture in higher education, but do it in such a way that it's very difficult to undo. And it could be, these articles suggest it could be decades before what the best of higher education has been returns to those halls. 877-301-8970. Our preliminary notion is, had you thought about what Gergen said? You said it repeatedly about the courts. Why can't the Supreme Court, for example, on tariffs, make a decision? Well, forget tariffs. Why couldn't the Supreme Court have made a decision on Jack Smith's prosecution in timely fashion? Because Merrick Garland has something to do with that, too.
Yeah.
In which case, we might not be in the predicament we're in. But the point really struck me. I guess it was the way that Gergen said it, that we are just not structured. Our institutions are not created in a fashion that they have the ability to respond to this rapid-fire assault on democracy.
Well, I also think the founders didn't think they were going to have a criminal con man to the degree that we have a criminal con man right now running the country. But the other depressing thing, I may as well depress people even more, is the piece in the New York Times over the weekend that Trump's quote so-called superstar judges backed him 133-12 in 25, and they were overturned. The lower courts, district courts would go one way, and then Trump's judges would overturn it, and then in many cases, as we've seen, it would go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court would side with the Trump judges.
Well, one last thing before we get to calls. 877-301-8970. Your fear also about the midterm elections.
Oh, yeah.
You heard him say over the weekend, if he had it to do over again, he would have seized the voting machines after 2020. So when he seizes the voting machines in 2026 and he has Pam Bondi come out and say, we've recounted all the ballots in the key states and all the congressional seats that were flipped Democratic. It was rigged. It was a fraud. We had Mr. Pillow count the votes. Mr. Pillow says that the Republicans won all the seats. I'm serious.
Mr. Pillow will decide the election. The administration is the Washington Post reports, has gutted the role of the nation's cybersecurity agency in protecting elections, and of course stocked the Justice Department, Homeland Security Department, and FBI with sycophants, people who also deny the legitimacy of the 2020 election. So things are going well, Jim. I think things are going well. But there were a lot of protests in Minnesota. We had protests in Boston, small, but there were protests, people taking to the streets.
Which I celebrate, but again, my reaction to that is the reaction to the protests in and about what happened in Minneapolis. He's sending 1,000, or he, or what's her name, Nome, sending 1,000 more troops, ICE agents to Minneapolis. Let's go to Sarah in Cambridge. You're first on BPR. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Hey, Jim and Marjorie. Thanks for the show. I listen every day.
Thank you.
I'm calling because, thank you. I'm calling because I think we need to expect more also of, we've kind of given up, but why do we not expect more of Congress in terms of maybe a handful of Republicans that might put the country ahead of party? how easy would it be for them to remove and replace the speaker using that provision that they put out, one of the budget crises, during that period of time? Or you have 5 of them walk in there and threaten to change their party to independent, go in together, so one would be singled out. They threaten to switch the party to independent. All of a sudden, Republicans don't have majority of the House. They join with Democrats who get a new speaker, and we actually start having Congress uphold its constitutional authorities and check and balances. I know that sounds far-fetched, but why can we not normalize this? Why
Sarah, when you say it's far-fetched, one of the things we didn't mention is what you mentioned. I don't think there's a day that goes by that I don't try to read the minds of decent Republicans in Congress, and why, as you say, you don't need half of the whatever it is, 200 and I don't know how many they have, 223 or 2, and you need a handful, as you say, to decide they care more about the democracy in their country than they do about their fealty to Mike Johnson and Donald Trump. So I don't. It may be far-fetched, but it is not ridiculous. It is what honorable people would do. Let's hope they do. Sarah, thanks for your call. We appreciate it.
Chris from Waltham is singing your tune, Jim.
What?
He says, I don't think our systems are built for this, nor are our minds built to absorb this much information at any given moment. Trump and his team have figured out the perfect method to overwhelm society, both legally and psychologically.
No, it's totally true. I mean, and if you, again, I assume someone's going to call, so I don't want to preempt it. You can do it. I assume someone's going to call, and so Democrats should take a page from this and operate with the same speed. The problem is the only reason he's able to operate with his speed is because of what Marjorie said before, because he doesn't give a damn about the law or the Constitution. So he can implement things with the notion that talk about broken record, that I mention are legal experts all the time. Judge Gertner is going to join us tomorrow, by the way, is there's no penalty for breaking the law or the Constitution. The only thing is the judge in these rare cases says you violated the Constitution, so they have to stop violating the Constitution. There's no sanction. There's no contempt. There's no fine. There's no nothing, so just go do it.
ICE is violating it every day. There's no due process.
Due process. You mean with deportations,
every
right?
single day. And as Margaret Sullivan reported, I didn't realize there had been 13 instances of ICE agents firing into cars since July, leaving 2 people dead. Only in one instance was there any weapon.
And the weapon was secreted, right?
Yes, it was a concealed weapon that somebody had in their car for an emergency situation. I have a new theory.
So the point being that the agent didn't even know. So
right, exactly.
Okay, yeah. What are you saying?
We need some kind of charismatic leader. Is there some actor in Hollywood that can step into the breach and maybe?
Did you watch Golden Globes last night?
I did watch
George
Golden
Clooney,
Globe.
I think, could
George
do it.
Clooney.
George Clooney. Don't mention George Clooney in front of Joe Biden anytime soon. He did take a pretty tough stance,
well, George
by the
Clooney
way.
was right.
That editorial op-ed in the New York Times was a turning point kind of thing.
We need a leader, Jim.
What are you looking at me for?
Well, you know who's good, but I don't know if he could.
If you mention the governor of Kentucky one more time, I'm going to have a stroke.
I'm going to the senator from Connecticut.
He's great, Chris Murphy. He's great.
And he's, got the nice combination of brains and nerdiness and being serious, and he's a really good talker.
He's good.
And all over all these issues. I mean, maybe we need somebody that's, I don't know, maybe we need more rallies with Chris Murphy. Is it Chris Murphy?
Chris Murphy is his name, yeah.
Okay, let's go to Marie in Sherborne. Thank you for calling, Marie.
Hi, Marie.
Hi. I really agreed. I love you guys, by the way.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I really agreed with that woman who said it may be far-fetched, but they could all turn into independents. I don't think it's far-fetched anymore. But the other thought I had, I kept trying to remember the quotes about education and democracy. I'm a retired teacher, and I found the one from Thomas Jefferson about education being the cornerstone of, I think it was Jefferson. Okay. Education is the cornerstone of democracy. He said that an educated electorate is the cornerstone of democracy. And FDR said the same thing. The safeguard of democracy is education. So I'm a retired teacher, and I see what has happened to education, and they're just doing everything they can to make it worse.
Why do you think, as a retired teacher, things have gotten worse educationally speaking, Marie? I'm curious.
Well, unfortunately, I don't blame me, I used to work in Florida. And fortunately, I had a principal who let me do me.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I tried to get fired because I thought it would make a great lawsuit. But
I like your style
she
there,
never
Marie.
ratted me out. True history. They're rewriting it as we speak, but it started a while ago.
Yeah.
I told my fifth graders during the 2016 election, because most of them hated him too, I called him P45 because I boycotted the brand.
Well, by the way, you were citing all these great quotes from great leaders historically about education.
Informed democracy is key, and I think we don't have...
Well, you shouldn't leave out the current education leader, Linda McMahon, who said that A1 is the key to our salvation. Marie, thanks for the call. We appreciate it. 877-301-8970.
But that statistic, it wasn't a statistic. It was stories we've all been reading that educational leaders have decided it's too tough to read a book in the United States of America for too many high school kids. I mean, can you believe that?
Margaret Sullivan wrote a great piece about her.
You can't read a book?
Yeah.
I don't know, Jim.
Okay.
I'm laughing because otherwise, what are you going to do? You laugh or cry. Amy, was that Amy from Rhode Island? Do we ever speak with her?
No, we haven't spoken.
Amy from Rhode Island, thank you for calling.
Hello, Amy.
Hi, thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, I'm your favorite triplet mom from Rhode Island.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
Hey. I agree with what all the other callers said, but something that popped into my mind as you're doing the intro, Jim, no, we're not created to handle this. But it reminds me of how I feel when I went through a high conflict divorce. You wake up every morning, you feel like the world's ending, but you still wake up. And as long as you wake up, you can do something. So what I'm interested in Jim, is as an attorney, what smart other attorney people do we have that can maybe take from the playbook of other high conflict things where we feel like the judiciary is not following through? And what can we do to help assist with that, whether it's documentation or... So it's really more of a question and a brainstorm for y'all.
Well, Amy, can I tell you, we have a variation on that theme is one of the things we intended to ask former Judge Gertner tomorrow, who I think is as good as it gets when it comes to creative uses of the law. So make sure you tune in tomorrow.
Amy,
Judge Gertner will be with us.
I thought for sure you were going to talk about these. That was one of the things you learned when you gave birth to triplets and had to deal with not one, but two, but three newborns all at once. Because that's, I'm sure you've learned a few lessons from that as well. But thank you for the call.
Thanks. By the way, anonymous texter says, I'm really glad they did. And what are we not talking about? Epstein. I mean, everything, because we have the ability to focus on one thing only at a time in this country. We are not exceptions to that rule. The Epstein atrocity is disappeared. Is there any demand on Pam Bondi to comply with the law that was signed by Trump?
Yeah, I think
that was voted on 427-1.
But I think we won't forget it. I think it's going to keep happening. People aren't going to forget Epstein. We may be taking... I mean, it is an unusual... we have had NATO since World War II, and the idea, that we're all going to lead together. You attack one, you attack all.
Right, yeah.
I mean, it's kind of... not that there haven't been Vietnams and Iraq and Afghanistan stuff, but generally, there has been no World War since it's worked pretty well, right? So I think people are so stunned by the idea that you'd threaten NATO and go against one of your NATO countries. And as you said before, it's so bizarre. We already have military bases there. We're already put as many as we want in Greenland. We don't have to own them or buy them.
We'll get into that, Marjorie. That's why we have a guest. The guest is coming
next.
More than we do.
I shouldn't preview the next guest.
Well, you already did.
Well, Rufus Gifford is going to fill us in. He spent a lot of time in Denmark.
Well, he didn't spend a lot of time. He was the ambassador. That's why he spent a lot of time. It was not like he was vacationing there.
It wasn't vacationing there.
We found this guy that spent a lot of time in Denmark. Figure, why not talk to him?
What a deal, really, when you think about it. If you're going to be ambassador somewhere, wouldn't it be great to be ambassador to Denmark or
he was
Sweden?
Huge. He was like a reality TV star too. I don't mean like in a cheap way. He was doing a lot of public education stuff around his ambassadorship.
He's very handsome.
I knew
Maybe
you were
Rufus
so
Gifford
superficial.
should be the leader that
I'm
we
serious.
need.
You are really, there's like a disease. It's Teresa, you're in Lexington. Hello, you got 30 seconds, Teresa. Hi.
Oh, okay. Quickly, I listened to Masha Gessen, and it was very chilling. Her Klein interview. But the point I want to make is that the voting in November, that's the only way we're going to get power. But my my primary concern is that those elections will not be free and transparent. And I think that's what we need to work on right now, is contacting our congresspeople and representatives and ensuring that these elections are transparent and fair. I think that is the number one thing we need to do right now, and not in September, right now.
That, by the way, that's another great topic for Nancy Gertner, because a lot of lawyers get involved in making sure that the elections are free and fair, and we'll find out what her network is doing already, and I'm sure they are. Teresa, thanks for the thought. We appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to keep talking about this, but we need to take a quick break, and then we will be back to take more of your calls and texts at 877-301-8970. Are you feeling overwhelmed? What can we do about this constant barrage of bad news and law breaking? You're listening to BPR and GBH and NAPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
An overnight train system has connected European cities for decades, but running trains 24/7 is expensive, and some countries are wondering if these sleeper trains are worth it.
You need to build new night train carriages. No one has for 3 decades because the railway industry thinks night trains are not profitable enough.
That story next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you. And Explo. From culinary arts to veterinary science, Explo's summer program helps middle schoolers to find their spark. Day and overnight options at explo.org/summer. Priority deadline February 13th. And Babson College, where you can advance your career with an MBA or specialized master's at the school ranked number 2 best college in the United States by the Wall Street Journal 2025. Babson.edu/grad programs.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browder. We're streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow, 11 to 12, the Attorney General will join us to take our questions and yours. If you're just tuning in, we're basically borrowing a notion of M. Gessen, that part of which we both heard yesterday on the Ezra Klein podcast in the New York Times, about how the road to autocracy is proceeding, according to Gessen, faster here than even under Putin, they argue. And secondly, that a huge part of the problem is our democratic institutions they're deliberative in nature and just don't have the ability to keep up with the speed with which Trump is changing the world. 877-301-8970. Ann in Salem, hi.
Hi. Oh, my gosh. I am a first-time caller.
Thank you.
And I am like everybody else, not even just frustrated, angry, but I think I'm terrified.
Yeah.
I am too.
So I just finished watching the movie about Lily Ledbetter. Mm-hmm. I also just finished reading Grisham's book, The Appeal. And what is both significant in both of those is that money buys power. And I have been questioning for a long time why Republicans were not supporting the common man. And dawned on me, it's because their financial backing for re-election doesn't want them to. And that is what has become terrifying to me.
Well, I mean, money in politics has corrupted so many things. I mean, Democrats certainly are guilty of taking money from very nefarious people as well and doing the wrong thing instead of the right thing. I mean, are we ever going to get money out of politics in the United States of America?
No, we're not.
I mean, it's we've heard before, the root of all evil.
By the way, thank you for your first call. And Lily Ledbetter, for those who don't know, was involved, I think it was with Goodyear, one of those companies, around pay discrimination, discriminatory compensation. Ultimately, I think, was it under Obama that the Lily Ledbetter Act became a law or some such thing? Inside, here's a leader. I am totally on board. Anonymous texter, here's a suggestion of a Democratic leader. The mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Pry, photogenic, articulate, pragmatic, and the mouth of a sailor. Now, he is, by the way, he is really, I think, great. I remembered him a little bit from a few years ago, obviously the other crisis he faced. But he has really been relentless and tough and seems to have the support of his does have the support of his community. He's an impressive character.
Here's another great point that we should remember from another texter. Don't forget Project 2025 was a 4-year or even longer project dedicated to the strategic buildup of this assault on the census and institutions of American people. No such strategy movement forthcoming from any other group. This is reminiscent of a bad marriage where you wake up every day wondering what fresh new BS your narcissistic spouse will dish out. Get used to it. We have 3 more years of this at least.
I want to respond to that. I said this earlier. I mean, first of all, from what I understand, the Democrats in their own way are attempting to do a Project 2029, a variation on the theme. The difference is, as we said before, the reason Project 2025 was so successful, other than the brilliance of the planning, is that the implementers don't care about the law or the Constitution. If you don't care about the law or the Constitution, you can get away with anything, at least for a period of time, until it's too late to undo what happened. The problem is most other people, I would assume most Republicans, clearly most independents, and most Democrats actually believe in the rule of law, which is a limiting principle as it was intended to be. Thaddeus, somewhere in Massachusetts. Hey.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. Yeah, a couple of things. One, I thought this was a call-in show, and you guys kind of rant on a lot, and it takes a long time to find the phone number, so hopefully you can do that quickly.
Can I tell you something?
Thank you. Thaddeus, that was a good start.
Thaddeus, we've been on 26 years. It's working pretty well, so next topic.
Yeah, so there's 2 topics. One is this ICE thing, and one of my brothers got interviewed, and he was very concerned by one of the questions they asked him was that would he be willing to stand at polling stations? Mm-hmm. So I think that should be a very serious concern. Maybe some journalists can look into what ICE is trying to do with hiring up this massive amount of people.
Hold on. Did you say your brother is an ICE agent and he was asked if he'd be willing to go to a polling station?
He was interviewed. He was interviewed.
Oh, interviewed.
One of my brothers. Yeah,
okay.
Brothers. Yeah, and he was interviewed, and they said, how's your stance on working at polling stations? So he called me and said that was kind of a weird question. The other thing that I find really interesting here, this is directly related to what your guys are talking about, is if Trump and his hegemon are going about and breaking the law and just doing these things and waiting for the courts to respond, and we're going about like, well, let's get the Democrats in, let's go pass legislation. Well, why doesn't the states just go and say, we're going to mobilize our National Guard so ICE can't come in? Like, why don't the states just do these things and let the courts decide later?
Well, because first of all, the ICE does have the ability to act in states. It doesn't have the right to violate the law when it acts in states.
Although it is.
Even though it is. And so it's that lawlessness that theoretically can be dealt with, but the timing is the problem we were talking about. By the way, Thaddeus, that was great, but just one request. Next time, if you could be a little more concise so Marjorie and I can talk more, I really appreciate it. Thaddeus, thank you very much for the call.
I mean, they have called out the National Guard. Walz has in Minnesota is to project safety if it gets to that. It seems to me it already has gotten to that.
Can I quote my favorite thinker, which is me? The courts, if they're going to move as slowly as they can, I've said this every time we have a legal expert on, there got to be sanctions against the lawbreakers in the Department of Justice and in the administration. Remember what we said for years? You send the first CEO to jail, and a lot of this corporate corruption is going to stop.
Right.
Same here. When prosecutors who lie to the courts, as we learned from what's the guy's name who was elevated?
Jack Smith?
No, when prosecutors for the Department of Justice, what's the name of the guy who ended up being an appellate court judge who represented Trump? I can't think of his name.
Emil Bovey?
Bovey. We know that he told everybody, don't worry about telling the truth in the courts.
Right.
When one of them ends up in the slammer, maybe it turns out they're going to be more willing to obey the law.
Well, the fact that people are not held accountable for their crimes is a very big obviously Trump wasn't held accountable for his crimes, as Jack Smith pointed out in testimony that was released, of course, as we know, on New Year's Eve. So everybody would have time to read it. We do have to go. Coming up after this quick break, we are going to talk to former U.S. Ambassador to Denmark, Rufus Gifford, joins us in Studio 3 on Trump's plan to take over Greenland. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, The Great Privation. The play confronts how Black Americans have been forced to survive in systems built on taking of land, of labor, of bodies. Moving across time, it centers on mothers and daughters, body snatchers and power, and the uneasy truth that some lives have long been treated as expendable. A stark, unsettling conversation with history. It's now in Boston by way of Company One Theater. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for GBH comes from you. And the Office of the Massachusetts State Treasurer. The Unclaimed Property Division is holding unclaimed funds. New properties are added often. To see if you have unclaimed money, you can visit findmassmoney.gov. And the Cape Cod Foundation, committed to building resources to support community life on Cape Cod, including environmental conservation, arts and culture, and community development. Learn more at capecodfoundation.org.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Jim Browdy, Margery Egan, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're at the library tomorrow. The Attorney General joins us for an hour from 11 to 12. And I am 90% sure a week from tomorrow. Is the mayor with us on the 20th, right? Yes, she is. Mayor Wu will join us at the library for an hour. And we don't have a date for the governor yet. As soon as we do, we'll let you know. Donald Trump and his administration, as you know, are doubling down on threats to take over the territory of Greenland, the semi-autonomous region of Denmark, an EU and NATO member country. Here's the president at the end of the week to reporters.
I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way.
I can't even. Joining us now in Studio 3 is Rufus Gifford. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Denmark during the Obama administration, chief of protocol of the United States during the Biden administration. Ambassador Gifford, it is great to see you again.
It's wonderful to be back with you, Jim.
Nice to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Why does chief of protocol sound so last century to me now?
It is a little last. Honestly, it's kind of hilarious because we're now an administration that has thrown out every protocol, every rule, every protocol that we've ever. Ultimately, the way I describe it is you are essentially. You are responsible for all of the engagement between the president and his foreign counterparts. Not on the policy side, but we run all the state dinners, all the state visits, both incoming and outgoing.
I was going to ask this at the end. Have you spoken to Biden since in last year?
I saw him most recently in December.
How is he? In December?
Yeah.
How is he?
I think like all of us, it's a tough 2025. You mean health-wise? Health-wise, he's doing great. Truthfully,
how many F-bombs did he drop about Trump?
I will say I think it's for people like Presidents Obama and Biden. The last year is it is hard to take. It is very hard to take.
Well, they're not alone. We're talking to listeners. I think people are like beside themselves. At least people that listen to us and call us. Sure. But explain to people. You were in Denmark for how many years were you in Denmark?
3.5 years. Mark. Second term Obama.
Okay, so explain to people what the relationship is between Denmark and Greenland.
Between Denmark and Greenland. So Denmark and Greenland, as Jim mentioned in the lead-in, Greenland is a semi-autonomous territory of Denmark, which means that, and over the years, essentially, they've achieved more independence. In essence, they have what they call home rule right now, so all domestic issues, economic issues, healthcare, those kinds of issues are really governed on Greenland by the Greenlandic government. But the kingdom, meaning Copenhagen, still controls foreign and national security policy. And this is one of the reasons why Greenland is a member of NATO, because Denmark is one of the founding members.
So national security policy, according to Trump, that is the reason for national security reasons. We need to either the easy way or the hard way take over. Ownership is an important thing, he says. We'll play that sound in a minute. Where's he wrong?
Sorry, I get overwhelmed when I hear this. It's so clueless. It's so reckless. It is misunderstanding how NATO works. It's misunderstanding international law. How is it wrong? So ultimately, take what he says. He says that that Greenland will be Russian or Chinese if we don't take Greenland. Now, the absurdity of that is that if, God forbid, Russia were to attack Greenland today, 5 years ago, 30 years ago, what would happen is Article 5 of NATO would be invoked, and the entire alliance would be compelled to respond and defend Greenland from a foreign attack. And so that isn't whether Denmark is the protectorate of Greenland or the United States is, that actually doesn't matter. And on top of that, guys, and I know this has been reported over and over again, but Greenland, we used to have 17 military bases on Greenland since the end of World War II. It was in American estimation, we decided to scale back our military presence there over the years, and in particular at the end of the Cold War. And if we wanted that military presence back, you know who would welcome us with open arms? The Danes and the Greenlanders. But I think this national security argument is a complete smokescreen, guys. I really do.
What is smokescreen for what?
The way I use it this is my example. There's Venezuela and Greenland have nothing in common except for two things. One is natural resources, meaning oil in Venezuela, rare earth minerals in Greenland. But I think most importantly, it's what the White House is talking much more about now, which is kind of this idea of Western Hemisphere domination. So I think that should scare every American in my mind. Yeah.
So conversely, you mentioned if China or Russia were to attack, then NATO would have to defend. So suppose America attacks. What does NATO do then?
I think, Marjorie, this is NATO wasn't built for this. NATO wasn't built for one ally attacking another. And so it's very hard for me to think about how NATO survives following a hostile takeover of some sort of another NATO. It is because theoretically, Article 5 would be invoked, but we would have veto power over Article 5. So what happens then? It's unthinkable from the beginning of the alliance, of course. The last thing I think is actually really important to say, too, is this idea that it's good for American national security. The reason why I think that's more bogus than any other argument is simply because of the fact that if you destroy NATO, the most important alliance that the modern world has ever seen, in my mind, all you do is empower Russia and China. Russia and China. So you have a fractured West, an empowered Russia and China. How does that make any American more safe? I think it's ridiculous.
So if it's as obvious as you put it, and I think Marjorie and I could not agree more, even though we don't know nearly as much as you do, why did only 6 other NATO countries join Denmark in that statement? And what I think my math is right, 20 of them sit it out. What was that about? What should we read it into that?
I wouldn't read too much into it. I would imagine that you could have gotten, if you had worked, they put that statement together quite quickly. I think you could get a number of other partners to sign on. That being said, I would love to talk about the domestic politics of this, because I think we need to do a lot more domestically, and I think we have more power than we know on this. But our foreign partners need to be taking this seriously. They treat the Trump administration like it was the diplomacy and foreign policy of 5 years ago. And Donald Trump, love him or hate him, has rewritten the rules of global politics, global diplomacy. And you're going to need to respond differently, in my mind. And I just don't think our European partners are starting to come along and starting to speak with a more aggressive voice here. But they're going to need to stay unified, and they're going to need to push back against the Trump administration aggressively.
Well, the reason they allegedly don't push back, from what I understand, is because the fear is that Trump will take it out on them by doing even less for Ukraine, which obviously matters to them much more immediately than it does to us.
Well, let's play that out, Jim, though. And this is I've heard that argument a lot. So the Europeans don't stand up for Greenland. The United States takes in some hostile action Greenland. NATO is then fractured, doesn't exist anymore. I would imagine the Europeans would be much more concerned about that scenario than doing all they can to stand up NATO, strengthen NATO, frankly, wait out the Trump administration on this, and ensure that we have this alliance in the long term, the medium term and the long term.
So you draft the statement of last week. What should the statement have said that it did not?
I honestly I thought the statement was fine. I'm tired of tweets and statements. I'd like some action that is connected to it. Well, I don't know that we need it yet. I just want to be sure that what would I like? What would I like? I'd like to see all NATO members standing arm in arm in Nuuk and saying that, that we respect the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Denmark, and we expect all of our allied partners to do the same. It's something like that. But, I am absolutely committed to ensuring, and I'm only one guy with zero political power right now, other than my megaphone. We need to all be articulating the stakes here and all getting as many Americans to understand how important this is, even though they don't really understand necessarily what Greenland is and whatever.
Well, it's not just how important this is, in my estimation. We were going down the litany at the top when we were quoting M. Gessen in terms of their concern about our institutions not being able to catch up to the speed of the turn towards autocracy here. I mean, until he had a phone call with the head of Colombia, the guy was a sick guy, we're going to take over Colombia. Marco Rubio is going to be the new head of Cuba. Depending on the day, he's upset with Claudia Sheinbaum. You don't know if he is or not. We have Maduro. We have Greenland. We're locked and loaded to bomb Iran. I mean, it is... And one of the, I would argue, not that I've seen recent polling, other than being tough on immigration because they're all rapists and murderers, as we know, every undocumented person, it was his statement that I'm going to get out of these foreign entanglements.
Right.
Those are the two things that got him, well, of course, that he's going to fix the economy on day one. That's why he's president of the United States.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, he solved 8 wars. He obviously deserves the Nobel Peace.
Did you read this weekend that the Nobel people actually felt the need to speak up and say that Machado cannot transfer the Nobel Peace Prize to Trump? It stays with her forever is the thing?
I think that should be obvious.
We're talking to Rufus Gifford, former ambassador to Denmark under Donald Trump, under Barack Obama.
You mentioned before, Rufus, how Trump has said that if we don't go in there and take over Greenland, Russia, or China, we'll take it over. And then he says, while he's a big fan of Denmark, the fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean they own the land. I'm sure we had lots of boats go there also. I thought that was so bizarre because, of course, that's what we used to do, land boats, people. Remember the people came over here in this Santa Maria, Christopher Columbus and all that came here, and other people have gone in other places, boats, and claimed countries. I mean, it's such a bizarre thing to say. What do you think about his
mental state?
Yeah.
It is very hard, again. Like, I think his justification for sort of deserving Greenland, which is kind of this kind of spoiled brat style diplomacy, which is, I need it, I want it, I'm going to have it. And that is, it's not grounded in reality. So they make these arguments about national security or economic security or whatever, and you can debunk all of it. And then he'll say something, well, like Denmark doesn't deserve it, so we should. What does that even matter to the grand scheme of things when you are, again, talking about driving a stake through the heart of our best allies in the world here. And it's just.
Speaking of best allies, I'm embarrassed that I knew none of this until this weekend. There was a wonderful piece in the New York Times, you probably know who wrote it, I don't remember, said it is true that Denmark is not a good ally of the United States. It is a great ally
that's right.
of the United States.
Afghan and Iraq wars.
Explain what Denmark has done in terms of European nations and their support of the policy of the United States.
Yeah, thank you guys, because this one's very personal for me because, I was the guy for three and a half years that would go to the prime minister, the foreign minister, the defense minister of Denmark and ask them to send their young men and women into harm's way. And when I was there, it was mostly counter ISIS missions. It was after Afghanistan and Iraq, but they, without hesitation, said yes. They are a small country of under 6 million people, smaller than the state of Massachusetts. But they, as we like to say in diplomacy, punch above their weight, but don't just punch above their weight, are actually a global leader on these issues. They love nothing more than the partnership they had with the United States of America.
Yeah.
And they don't ask for much. This is the thing. They don't ask for much, but they ask for respect, they ask for truth, and they ask for honesty. And they're just simply not getting it from us. And so I describe it kind of as like the stages of grief. They rely on us. They love us at heart. But they see the way they're being treated, and they're very sad, but they're now becoming very, very angry. And so they lost more people per capita in Afghanistan than any country in the world other than the U.S. Yeah, I get the most heartbreaking things, and I've shared some of this on my social media. I get these messages from Danish soldiers, and this one that I posted, so the end of it said, "A soldier never forgets who stood by his side, nations shouldn't either. And it's just such a powerful message. And I think that he's not political. He's not, these guys don't, they said goodbye to their kids, went to Afghanistan, and thought they may never see their kids again. And they were okay with that because they believed in this mission and they believed in this partnership. And now we have a president and a vice president that disparage them every chance they get. And it's just, it needs to be elevated. We need to have this conversation because, in my mind, it is not who the United States is.
Well, someone wrote this weekend about America losing its soul and its morality because, of course, we're now getting rid of Afghans who aided our soldiers in Afghanistan and deporting them. And you would think that when you helped at putting your own life at risk and your family's life at risk, that would be enough for us to say, "Come over here, we'll take care of you." And we're not doing that either.
No. And then again, it's one. I think this part that drives me the most crazy about the foreign policy of the Trump administration, domestic policy, a whole different thing, is that they don't seem to have any understanding of history. It's that point, and I don't mean old history. I don't mean 70 years ago even. I'm talking about the last 10, 15, 20 years. They don't. They just have a disrespect for what the country was founded on, which was this idea that we are the shining beacon of hope for oppressed people around the world. I mean, what's not to celebrate about that? And that is the least political thing you could ever say. That is something Ronald Reagan said over and over again.
How do people find your social media? By the way, you said you have this stuff.
Oh gosh,
what are you?
I'm mostly Instagram and Rufus Gifford. Yeah, you'll see lots of stuff about Greenland on there right now.
Have you been to Greenland, by the way?
9 times, sir.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, wait a second.
Yeah.
Give us a feel. What's it like?
So Greenland is, Greenland is one of the most magical places in the world. And you know why? It's because you are completely at the mercy of nature. It is, obviously, the largest island in the world with only 50 kilometers of roads on the entire island. So you really have to either fly or take a boat from place to place. The weather is extremely unpredictable. It's the coldest I've ever been in my entire life. I spent one time with Danish soldiers sleeping on the ice, and it was in a tent, and I again never been so uncomfortable, but never been. They woke me up kind of in the middle of the night and showed me the northern lights, and I almost started to cry. It was so perfect, and the people there. This is the other thing you have to say. Greenland is mostly Inuit, a significant percentage of Inuit. The last thing they want to be treated like is some sort of casino deal in Atlantic City. And that's the way Trump talks about it. I want to buy you. No. You can't give a Greenlander $100,000 and expect for, this to turn into some sort of Trump Tower nuke. It's crazy.
But one of the things I've read a lot about the Greenlanders is that a lot of them want to negotiate with the United States because they want to be independent, period. So could that? I mean, obviously Trump is talking about owning them, so he's not interested in their independence. But what would that mean for them if they were independent? Because they get a lot of money from Denmark.
Yeah, Marjorie, I think Greenland, the independence movement, which has been going on for decades now, that has to be determined inside the Kingdom of Denmark. Because you're right, they're not economic. Independence is not an economically viable solution for Greenland at the moment, but. And this is something I worked on when I was ambassador, and ambassadors from both political parties have worked on. A greater and richer economic relationship between the United States and Greenland, everyone would welcome. So if we were we're talking about rare earth mining, and it should be a priority for the United States. But there's no reason why we can't do that now. Sit down across the table with some of your best allies in the world, and you can make that deal, but they don't have the time or the patience for that.
Okay, so what is the outcome here? I mean, what's the likely outcome? Not your preferred outcome. We all know. Well, I don't know if we know. What's a reasonable deal and what's a likely deal?
Well, it's a great, it's hard for me to know. Do I think that we are going to get past this without some sort of hostile takeover in Greenland? I do. Mostly because I'm seeing, and I give Republicans very little credit here, simply because I think they should have been speaking up a year ago when Trump first made his threats, but they are starting to speak up now. And I think it's going to be very difficult. And I'm talking to members of Congress about putting together some resolution which will make this virtually impossible for Trump to do. Of course, famous last words I heard you saying before I walked in that he doesn't respect a lot of these resolutions. But I think we can make it very hard for him. That coupled with the Europeans feeling unified, I hope that we take this idea of invasion off the table or even purchase off the table, and that we focus on enriching and deepening the economic and military relationship.
Is there any way that Greenland could give them the Greenlandish Peace Prize? Is that a possibility?
Love it. I'd support that.
Can you talk to somebody, please?
I'd support that.
We only have about a minute left, but when you ever have these surveys of the happiest people on earth, they're always the Scandinavian countries, Finland, Norway, Denmark. You were there for 3 years. Why?
Well, it's one thing, Marjorie. I think you define that question differently when you are in Denmark. The way they ask it is content more than happy.
Okay.
And so there is something about the Scandinavian way of life. They don't worry about their health care. They don't worry about their education. When their parents get old, they're taken care of. And they like their life. They're very content with their life.
Isn't it hygge? Isn't that what the key to everything is?
Yeah. Have you experienced hygge?
Hygge's perfect. Hygge's more about the moment, though. Hygge is about creating a place where you can enjoy the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could do that in a second.
Yeah. Jim's talked a lot about hygge.
No, I'm a hygge kind of guy. I didn't think
it's fantastic.
My personality or whatever.
Okay.
It's wonderful. We got to go.
Yeah. Okay. We got to go.
We're looking forward.
We'll talk to you next time about what Trump's going to do to the West Wing.
We should actually be talking to you more, not just about Greenland. So come back soon.
Anytime.
We have been speaking with Rufus Gifford, former U.S. ambassador to Denmark. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for coming in. We say goodbye to those of you listening on NEPM, but make sure to tune in at 3 o'clock for the fabulous 413, which starts at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And thanks to the folks out at NEPM that have been tuning in to BPR. We're going to continue here in Boston. Coming up after the new news, 89.7 GBH. The FIFA World Cup is coming to Gillette Stadium this year. Is the MBTA ready for the influx of transit riders? We're going to have our regular transit panel members with us, Chris Dempsey and Bill Straus. We're also going to talk about, are we ever going to build the new Cape Cod Canal?
Do you want to practice hygge during the news break? Do you think we can get Rufus Gifford to stay with us?
It seems like you're wrapped in a blanket.
It says what it is. I mean, it's like comfy.
We got some candles, some blankets.
Exactly.
I'm into that.
A cup of coffee or a glass of wine. Yeah.
I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. Listen to BPR and GBH and NEPM streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. And thank you again, Rufus Gifford, for coming in.
It's not over yet. More smart conversation about community issues up ahead with Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan on Boston Public Radio. Right after a news update from NPR. Stay with us here on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you. And PNC Bank, who believes when you pay attention to the details, amazing things can happen. Like when you check the pockets of a jacket you haven't worn since last fall and find $20. PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. The Roadshow team heads to Salt Lake City to see if any stunning treasures will crystallize in Utah. Guess the top find on an all-new episode of Antiques Roadshow, tonight at 8 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on hour 2 of BPR. The FIFA World Cup comes to Gillette this summer. Is our transportation system capable of handling the influx of riders from all over the world? We'll talk with Chris Dempsey, former Assistant Transportation Secretary of Massachusetts, and former State Rep Bill Straus, who's the chair of the Transportation Committee on Beacon Hill. Plus, we'll talk about, with the state taking houses on the Cape by eminent domain for the building of a new Sagamore Bridge, will it ever happen?
I'm Marjorie Egan. That is Boston Medical Center's Dr. Katherine Gergen Barnett on this year's brutal flu season. The new guidelines for nutrition and childhood vaccine schedules, thanks to RFK Jr. and other health headlines. Plus, our soon-to-be-continued Enjoy It While You Can 2 More Things segment. That is next. Hour number 2 of BPR 89.7 GBH.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The Justice Department has opened a criminal probe of the Federal Reserve. NPR's Scott Horsley reports that has drawn an unusually strong response from Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
The Federal Reserve says it received grand jury subpoenas late last week about the renovation of the central bank's headquarters building in Washington and Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's testimony about that project before a Senate committee. Powell says those are mere pretext. He says the threat of criminal charges is part of the administration's broader pressure campaign, designed to force the Fed to move more quickly in lowering interest rates. The president is getting pushback, however, from some senators who will vote on Trump's nominee to replace Powell when the chairman's term ends in May. Scott Horsley, NPR News, Washington.
The administration is tightening restrictions on members of Congress visiting ICE facilities. Lawmakers will now be required to submit requests at least 1 week in advance. We have more from NPR's Elena Moore.
In her memo, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem argued that unannounced visits take ICE officers away from their normal duties. And she argued that visiting lawmakers are creating, quote, circus-like publicity stunts. The memo was made public on Saturday, but it was filed Thursday, just a day after an ICE agent fatally shot a 37-year-old woman in Minneapolis, sparking intense criticism and nationwide protests. And some Democratic lawmakers have already been turned away from visiting ICE facilities. On Saturday, 3 House Democrats said they were denied access to an ICE processing center in Minneapolis. Elena Moore, NPR News.
President Trump says Iran has reached out to negotiate with the United States after Oman, a mediator, dispatched its top diplomat to Tehran for talks. Anti-government protests have been roiling Iran. NPR's Aya Batrawi has the latest.
Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One that the U.S. could meet with Iranian officials and that a meeting is being set up. But he cautioned that the military is also looking at, quote, some very strong options. Trump said if Iran attacks U.S. assets in the Mideast, they will be met with a very powerful force. Iranian authorities have cut off internet across the country for 4 days now in a bid to stifle protests that they say are being stoked by, quote, terrorists. Rights groups estimate that hundreds of protesters have been killed in the demonstrations that began December 28th. Iran says security personnel have also been killed. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi repeated the government's position that foreign elements are fueling the violence. The government planned rallies in support of the regime Monday. Aya Batrawi, NPR News, Dubai.
Paramount Skydance is suing Warner Brothers Discovery for more information into its decision to again reject a takeover bid in favor of Netflix's, even though Paramount offered more money. CBS's parent company also says it will nominate directors to the Warner Brothers board to propel the deal. From Washington, this is NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. This month marks a new page for the city of Everett. Newly elected Mayor Robert Van Kempen has begun his term after unseating Mayor Carlo Di Maria in November. Before taking office, Van Kempen was a longtime member of the Everett City Council. Speaking to GBH's Morning Edition today, he says that public service requires the confidence and trust of the people.
That is unfortunately something that was lacking at that point in time. So my goal now is to restore that.
Di Maria was mayor for 18 years and was embattled in a salary scandal leading up to the election. Van Kempen says one of his main priorities is correcting overcrowding in the city schools. World-renowned violinist Midori will lead a rare residency at Worcester's Joy of Music program this coming March. The Joy of Music program, or JUMP, is a nonprofit community music school located on Gorham Street in Worcester, and the Worcester Guardian reports that the school has been selected to host a Midori Orchestra Residencies program from March 3rd through the 7th. This residency will wrap up with a concert at JUMP's Shapiro Concert Hall on Saturday, March 7th. It'll feature Midori as a soloist alongside JUMP students. Unfortunately, though, the concert will not be open to the public. Boo! But Midori's free performance and Q&A at noon on Wednesday, March 4th at Mechanics Hall is. It is 34 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Fisher Investments. As a fiduciary, Fisher Investments is obligated to act in their client's best interest. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. This is NPR.
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We'll be back at the Boston Public Library tomorrow. Andrea Joy Campbell, the Attorney General, will be with us from 11 to noon, taking our questions and yours. Hello again, Jim.
Hey there, Marjorie. We're joined now in Studio 3 by Chris Dempsey. Chris is a former Assistant Transportation Secretary. He's now part of the urban planning firm Spec Dempsey. Chris, good to see you.
Great to be back.
Joining us on Zoom is former State Rep Bill Straus. He used to be the House Chair of the Joint Committee on Transportation. Representative Straus, great to see you too.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you
to see you all.
Very much for joining us. So, I thought of you when I found out about the World Cup coming to Boston, because when I first knew you, you were kind of the power behind the let's not have the Olympics come here, and the Olympics didn't come here, thank God.
In fairness, one of 3 powers behind. It was a troika.
Well, he's here now. We're going to call him the power behind the thing.
Kelly and Liam deserve credit.
Yeah. So, what do you think of the World Cup coming here?
Well, I get that question a lot, actually, from the media, just from regular folks who knew my role in No Boston Olympics. And I have the same reservations and misgivings about FIFA that I had about the IOC. This is a corrupt organization. They appoint themselves. They're interested in advancing their own cause and enriching themselves, not in the health and wealth and benefits to the host community. But that being said, the World Cup is probably 2 orders of magnitude smaller than the Olympics when it comes to the cost and disruption that they impose on host communities, at least in a place like the United States where the stadiums are already built. So with the Olympics, we had to build an Olympic stadium. We had to build an Olympic village. We had to build an aquatic center. We had to build a velodrome. The list goes on and on and on. In Massachusetts, we don't really need to build anything for this event. It will be disruptive for a few weeks. It will also be a lot of fun for a few weeks. On net, I don't think it's something to get worked up about in the way that the Olympics were.
So does that mean, before we get to Bill Straus, is that you're seen to be going in the direction with some hesitancy to say that maybe the infrastructure changes we get in transportation will be worth the inconvenience and the fun? Is that what you're saying?
I'm always for more investment in transportation, and it's good to see the Foxborough commuter rail station being upgraded. I don't love that this has kind of warped the conversation about other needs at the MBTA, because there are other stations that have higher ridership than Foxborough that probably deserve those upgrades first. But again, on balance, this is actually a relatively small thing compared to what I was so worked up about a decade ago.
Do you remember what Marty Walsh called the 3 of them? 10 people on Twitter, meaning nobody's really opposed to this thing.
That's right.
In any case, so Bill Straus, you agree with your buddy Chris Dempsey here?
Well, just like Chris, I'm willing to endorse fun, and
I don't get accused that all the time, Jim, but in this case,
but in all seriousness, this I agree. This is in order of magnitude much less than the Olympics. It is calling for a station upgrade, which maybe will have long-term commuter rail benefits, but this is a big logistical project. They're talking about 20,000 fans per event, 7 events, arriving at the stadium by train out of maybe 60,000 total attendance. The most that has ever arrived by train to Foxborough is 8,000, and that was for an Army-Navy game. So there's a lot of planning. A lot will be coming by bus. Half the attendance will be handled by FIFA itself. But in terms of the buses feeding in, I think people should be comforted that the company that is doing this has done this nationally. They did the Ryder Cup last fall down in New York State, and they've got the resources and the experience to take people even check their baggage on their way to the stadium or coming back. I think it will be a positive, but we have to keep our eye on this in terms of the commitment of resources and that the T is running the rest of its system well on each of these 7 event dates.
You know, can we, before we spend more time sort of on the T system, another big story of the weekend that is of great concern, at least to a certain number of people in the most intimate kind of way, is the seizing by eminent domain, Bill Straus, of some houses by the canal for the the building of a new Sagamore Bridge. I guess a couple of questions. One, how do you feel about this eminent domain thing? Obviously causing a lot of pain to people whose houses are being taken? And secondly, how certain are we that there's even going to be the money for there to be a new Sagamore Bridge?
So just in context, the ultimate need is for both bridges, Sagamore and Bourne, to be replaced. The focus in terms of what, cross our fingers and all the rest, is the federal government still, from what I'm told, federal transportation officials still on schedule. I was going to say track, but still on schedule for the funding component, the federal funding component of the bridge. And let's get this clear: it's not just the bridge. This is a traffic safety and efficiency project, and so the approaches on either side need to be part of the project. That's a state responsibility. And I remember initial design plans for this 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. So I'm not minimizing the impact on the individual homeowners, but MassDOT does have a history of paying overvalue for these properties, and it's hard to tell from the public record how well all of them were informed. But a lot of people have known for a long time, and to me, this project does need to be done.
Why do you believe,
especially for safety reasons?
Why do you believe for a second, Bill Straus, that when this crosses Donald Trump's radar, he's not going to go out of his way to screw Massachusetts?
Well, it's hard to get into that person's brain. Maybe for himself included, I have no idea. But there are the relationship of the people at MassDOT that they're having so far with the federal officials has been a positive one. We have a great manager, one of the best I've ever seen in operation, in charge of this project for the Commonwealth.
And let's give her credit, Bill.
What's her name?
That's Louisa Piewanski, the former highway commissioner. She's an excellent public servant.
Are you as optimistic about the federal money, the commitment being honored?
I think there's some real risk here, and I feel badly for the people whose homes are being taken. I also feel sometimes like we're back in the 1950s or 60s where we are literally taking people's homes to widen a highway.
Exactly.
And we need to be very clear that this is a highway widening. I appreciate the comments from my colleague Bill. It is also a safety improvement. But the number of lanes that go over that bridge today are 2 in each direction, and in the future it will be 3 in each direction. This is a highway widening. The goal is to fix the bottleneck at the bridge. It's just going to push the bottleneck to other places on the Cape and along Route 3. I got this quote here because I'm old enough to remember, as are the two of you, when Governor Romney said he was going to fix traffic on this bridge with the Cape flyover.
Yeah, that's
that?
right. Get rid of the rotary.
Here's the quote from the lead from a newspaper article around that time. Travelers heading to Cape Cod, especially during the summer months, can put thoughts of traffic bottlenecks behind them.
Oh, thank goodness.
Did that prove to be true in any way, shape, or form whatsoever? So we are not going to fix traffic.
Mitt was on his way to Utah when he said that.
Well, flyover is a very good way to describe his governorship in a lot of ways.
But I do have to, great regard, of course, for Chris, but it is not an expansion. The capacity is not changing. This is a safety project. There will be pedestrian access, sidewalks.
Why do you say the capacity? Why with an additional lane?
There's sidewalks. There's sidewalks
now. They're not adding additional lanes. I thought you said there was.
This is a semantic question, and again, I don't mean to get into a debate with my friend, but he's describing the third lane, or the project is describing the third lane as an on-ramp and off-ramp. But if you look at the cross-section, this is in the official MassDOT materials that I looked at just this morning to make sure I had this right. It is 3 lanes across the bridge in each direction. By the way, plus a shoulder. And that's an example of where that is a safety improvement. It means if someone breaks down on the bridge, they can pull over safely. Call me a skeptic or a cynic here, but I think the first time that shoulder is available on Memorial Day weekend, whoever's governor at the time is going to say, drive in the shoulder, because I want to try to relieve that
By the way,
congestion.
if Bill Straus was still the House chair of the committee, he would say to Chris Dempsey, I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you very much.
But one thing about the eminent domain, you feel terrible if anybody has to lose their house. On the other hand, I was thinking that there's an 82-year-old guy there who's not going to lose his house, but he's going to be sitting there for 5 years, 10 years? I mean, I was next to a school. I just mentioned the school in Brooklyn that got built. It was like jackhammer central for years. This is not going to be pleasant, even though you do look out of the beautiful canal.
And even when the construction is gone, he's got a highway that's a lot closer to his house now than it was in the earlier.
I don't think he has to worry because it's never being built anyway. Can we move back? Can we move to? That's my opinion, not Straus or
People
Dempsey.
are having nightmares stuck in traffic on that bridge. I'm a nervous wreck every time I go over it.
It's funny you say that. About 6 months ago, I said to the governor on our show, "Tell the truth. Are you nervous every time?" And she was not happy with the question.
You see that big thing, 1933.
Exactly.
And you think, this is almost 100 years
ago. They do need to be replaced.
Can we come back
and
here?
And then you stop and go on the bridge. It's terrible.
We've asked. And you cannot replace this bridge without, I'm afraid to say, takings.
Right, I understood.
That's right.
Okay,
it's a hard decision.
I read in the Globe that T ridership we ask Phil Lang this every time he's here. Phil, T ridership on the weekends is back to pre-COVID numbers, and while it's not quite there, it's a little short of 80% during the days. I think during the weekdays, it's growing and a positive thing. Is this because sort of natural and movement that would happen anyway, or is it because people? This is you, Chris Dempsey. Because people, I think, under the leadership of Phil Lang, who does great PR in addition to everything else, people are actually convinced that the T is being improved. Do you think that's it?
I do think it's both. I think the economy is coming back. People are working in person more often. But I also think the system is running better now than it was. And Phil Lang's favorable ratings in Massachusetts must be in the 90s. I mean, even if you never ride the T, you know of this guy. You've heard he's the man who's fixed our trains finally. So I give him all the credit in the world, and I hope that momentum continues. The fact that the weekend ridership is basically back to normal.
Why is it back if the weekday is not back? Why is that?
Well, I think that what I think we can interpret from that is that the service is running really well and people have confidence. It's not back on the weekdays because of decisions that employers and employees are making, but they're making it independent of the quality of the service on the T.
You know, speaking of Phil Lang, I have to say, I'm going to say what I say to his face every time he's here. In my opinion, beyond what he's done to the T, and you guys know far better than I do whether it's legit or not, his willingness to be transparent or more transparent than any T general manager that I've ever experienced in my years here is remarkable. But when he was here last time, Bill Straus, he had just been offered the, I don't know if it's temporary acting, whatever it's called, Secretary of Transportation position in addition to running the T. And we asked him what he'd do if he was offered the job permanently, and here's our discussion. You make in the neighborhood of $500,000. This is all public. This is not $500,000. The secretary makes $200,000. Would that deep drop in pay stop you from saying yes if otherwise you were interested in doing it full time?
You might have to ask my wife that one.
Okay. Would you accept that pay cut if that job was offered to you?
That might be a challenge. I'll have to be upfront about that.
I admit his honesty. But it appears
$300,000 he's got to lose.
It appears he's not getting a salary bump, but he's doing both jobs. And I have to say, as competent as he appears to me, they seem to be pretty huge responsibilities for one human being. Where are you on that, Bill Straus?
Well, look, Phil is, having worked with him for a couple of years in the role he's got now, an extraordinary manager. The T is in, it's never going to be perfect, but it's in just a great position compared to where it had been previously, not just from an operation standpoint, but a safety standpoint. And he has the ability to make tough decisions and communicate them well. You would call that PR. But I don't believe that having one person do what really is or are two difficult jobs is sustainable in the long term. I think it's working now on an interim basis, but going back to the FIFA thing, those are going to be 7 crunch days. You want somebody, that's just one small example, but you want somebody to be focused on the T. And the successes that we've had under this governor appointing him, I don't want to see myself put at risk long term that the T could ever go back to where it was. So long term, there's a reason it's 2 different jobs. It's an extraordinary daily responsibility.
Well, the 2 jobs obviously is a huge challenge. But I just wonder, you've been a T watcher for a long time. So has Bill Straus. What is, besides being a nice guy and transparent, willing to talk to reporters and all that kind of stuff, what has he done that others have failed to do for like decades.
I think there's two things happening there. One is just bringing in quality people. He did bring some folks up from New York with him that he'd worked with in the past in Long Island Railroad and Metro North, and put those people in position to succeed and to manage and thrive. But I think the other probably more important thing is when he talks about the infrastructure of rail, he does it as a person that has actually been in those jobs and understands the engineering and the operations of those. We've had a history of MBTA general managers in the last, call it 10 years, who come a little bit more from the political or kind of general managerial side.
Okay.
And nothing against those folks. There's some quality people that have been there. But when they talk about how a switch works on a rail, they were kind of just doing the crib notes, right? The cliff notes. And he's a person that actually knows that information. I think it gives confidence to Bill's former colleagues in the legislature to say, this is a person that we're willing to invest patience with and especially dollars with.
You know, Bill, and maybe with the workers too, Bill Straus, I would think.
Well, that's right, because he is the hands-on guy. I always remember a line that Speaker Mariano used to express his confidence in Phil, which was, at least we have a general manager who, when he walks on the tracks, I'm not worried about him getting electrocuted because he knows where to go. But I'll give you an example. When he first came into office, the start date of South Coast Rail was being delayed because of delivery schedules of an exotic but critical safety electronic switch. And he had the ability to deal directly with the manufacturers, and we're going to have to tighten that schedule. And he does, to your point, he does have the credibility in the staff. And as I say, where we've had such a major league example of success there, where he's done scheduled and announced closures in order to get the subway system back on schedule and at full speed, I don't want to see that put at risk. And so long term, it's not a criticism. You'd like to keep your top hitter in the lineup.
You know, Bill Straus, a quick answer to this if you can, because I want to get to something that's going to cause Chris's head to explode in a second. Are you on that transportation funding, whatever the hell it is, panel? You are, right? Are you or are you?
I was.
You were?
I was.
Okay.
And yeah.
Did they do anything of value, or is this just make sure you don't say you're going to raise taxes? Because I know your former counterpart, Senator Creighton, says we got to raise money, we got to raise taxes. I'm open to anything. Did they achieve anything, honestly, or no?
Yeah, I think the key thing was we set up, maybe for the first time, the kind of near-term, mid-term, and long-term needs of the transportation system. And as we surveyed what the financial needs were, certainly near-term, 2, 3, 4 years, the tax, call it the millionaire's tax. I know a lot of advocates don't like to, but the millionaire's tax, by which the public knows it, is supplying the kind of revenue, and that's what the public was sold on. In the long term, I agree with my former co-chair, Senator Creighton, that revenue does have to be revisited. But I think right now, and the commission established that, we're in pretty good shape.
Did the commission make any recommendations as to how that revenue should be raised? That was my point. It was sort of like, what's the value if you're not recommending after all these meetings how you're going to do it?
Well, having actually voted for taxes and gone home and defended it, so to speak, to my constituents, I'll say this: the menu of options of how you raise money for transportation hasn't changed. But if you're coming out with specific proposals years before you need the money, the public, through their own experience with these things, is going to be suspicious. So gas tax is always out there. There's a number of different, whether it's toll revenue, things like that. The choices are there. it's never the right time.
Okay, so Chris Dempsey, Jeff Jacoby wrote a piece, basically said, I was in Dallas. And Jeff Jacoby, a columnist, would go, I was in Dallas. They're dealing much better with congestion. They don't have, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, they don't have virtually any, despite the fact there are many more people there than are here, because they're grown-ups and realize that we can't keep avoiding building highways because people are not jumping out of their cars as fast as, he didn't use your name, as Chris Dempsey would like to believe.
Yeah.
So what was your reaction to that?
This is one of these articles that I saw the headline, I added it to my tab on my browser, and I said, I'm going to come back to this when I'm a little bit more calm, when I've put my daughter to bed. I'm not going to get angry at her because of the...
How old's the kid now, by the way?
She's turning 2 this month.
Yeah, you can't
great.
blame
Thank
her
you.
for the highway situation.
Okay, go ahead.
So I want to be as charitable as I can be, and I actually want to use language that I think Jeff would appreciate, because he talks a lot about markets and conservatism and using economics to solve our problems. He completely misidentified this question around price in that column. What we have today in our system is a price where the cost of driving for most people is basically zero. It's the equivalent, and this is again where I hope Jeff will understand this, it's equivalent to bread lines at the Soviet Union. When the bread was free in the 1980s, you had to wait in a really, really long line around the block to get your ration of bread. That's what happens with our highways every single day. Because we don't price them properly and the price is zero, we get really, really long lines. That's a very inefficient way to run your bread supply system, and it's an even less efficient way to run your road system.
What would proper pricing be, according to you? For one example.
Well, you could have your pricing different for different times of day. So higher
congestion pricing kind of thing.
That's it. And I know I'm a broken record on this topic, but it really does work. And it's actually a conservative economist that came up with this idea in the 1950s and 60s.
How's New York City working?
The money they're saving is enormous.
New York City is working amazingly.
Yeah.
They have 70,000 fewer vehicles driving into Manhattan every day. That's 27 million fewer trips every year. Congestion is down, air pollution is down, noise complaints from honking are down, crashes are down, and revenue for the transportation system is up, meaning they can provide better service.
What did you think of Jacoby's Build More Highways theme there, Bill Straus?
Well, I agree with Chris on this. I always enjoy reading those columns, but I agree in terms of what people don't understand. A lot of times when we push public transit and we do an appropriation, I would have from time to time people say, hey, they should pay to take the train. What does that do for me on the roads? I pay my gas tax. But I don't think people realize that everything in the transportation system is subsidized in one way or another. And that means the goods that get delivered to the store, the Amazon truck that comes to your house, everything, there is a component of cost. And people, I think, who in different segments don't have a full understanding of where the public money comes in. I don't think you'll ever convince people otherwise. They think that they are paying entirely for the transportation system, but the subsidies are there, and we have to realize it. And with all respect to Dallas, for better or worse, we have issues of dealing with weather, the seasonal changes that they don't have. We're also, again, for better or worse, we're in a built-out, close-in community. Look at the Boston area. That's so many of the traffic problems relate to 200-year-old street layouts. We love it, but people have to understand that has cost.
Well, you left out the most important consideration. You'd have to live in Texas, which is really a whole other... We got to go, you guys. That was great. Bill Straus, Chris Dempsey, thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Our pleasure.
Okay, we've been speaking with Chris Dempsey, former Assistant Transportation Secretary, now of the Urban Planning, from SPEC Dempsey, that's S-P-E-C-K, SPEC Dempsey. Okay, and former State Rep Bill Straus, who used to chair the Joint Committee on Transportation. Thank you both for joining us. Coming up after this quick break, Boston Medical Center's Dr. Katherine Gergen Barnett is here. She's going to talk about the flu. She's going to talk about the new recommendations for vaccines and alcohol, having to do with RFK Jr. And I guess these weight loss drugs now, you can get them in pills. You don't have to inject yourself. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. You're listening to BPR 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
15 years ago this month, a gunman shot then Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords in the head at point-blank range. Giffords has since become a tireless advocate for gun safety.
We can't wait for Congress to act. We will win in the states and hold the gun industry accountable.
Gabrielle Giffords on recovery, hope, and gun violence prevention on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you. And the Boston Symphony Orchestra. This month, the E Pluribus Unum Festival explores American music, history, and ideals through performances and in-depth conversations at Symphony Hall and around Greater Boston. BSO.org. And Explo. From culinary arts to veterinary science, Explo's summer program helps middle schoolers to find their spark. Day and overnight options at explo.org/summer. Priority deadline February 13th.
Welcome back to BPR, Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Attorney General for an hour tomorrow, 11 to 12. A week from tomorrow, the mayor joins us, both at the library. Joining us now in Studio 3 is Dr. Katherine Gergen Barnett, Vice Chair of Primary Care Innovation and Transformation at Boston Medical Center, Associate Professor at BU Medical School, and an Aspen Institute Health Innovators Fellow. Hey, Doctor, how are you?
So good to see you all. Happy New Year.
Too. So every other time I turn around, somebody else got the flu. What is going on?
Oh, yeah. It is true. So despite actually... Good news is that the flu numbers seem to have dropped a bit last week, but we are not out of the woods. We can definitely see a second spike. What has happened is a combination of things. One is, as we can imagine, less people are getting the flu vaccine than in the past. I know we will talk about vaccines more today. The second is there's been a mutation to the flu. So we've spoken so much about COVID-19. We talk about how, viruses mutate. The same way that flu mutates, there was a variant this year, something called subclade K, which we didn't account for in terms of our vaccination that people have been getting this year. Vaccines are still really important. They absolutely can still give you protection. But it seems that this flu strain is a bit more contagious and more likely to spread. And what we are also seeing is that children are getting more sick than usual. So just a reminder for families that are listening to this, that if your child has not yet gotten the flu vaccine this year, it is definitely not too late and will protect your children against getting very sick.
Well, except there is one guy in particular who doesn't think it should be universal for
this is
little
true.
kids. That would be
perfect transition.
That would be RFK.
Yes.
I think it's 11 out of 17
Correct.
young childhood vaccines are still universal, meaning you should absolutely do them.
Yes.
And a handful, including influenza, are not. What's the both direct and indirect impact in your estimation of him changing the rules and doing what everybody knew he was going to do? He's an anti-vaxxer who's now in charge of this.
So what you're alluding to, which I'm sure most of your listeners are aware of, is on January 5th, just last week, the Health and Human Service Secretary, Kennedy, came out with a recommendation to go from 17 recommended childhood vaccines to 11. The marching orders really came from the White House 1 month prior to say, follow other countries that are like the U.S. Who may have less vaccines that are recommended. The fact is the way in which Kennedy, did these kind of 11 vaccines is most closely aligned to Denmark. So for those of you listening, and we all know that Denmark and the U.S. are actually very different.
Yeah.
We may have the same
the ambassador of
income.
Denmark sitting in that chair about an hour ago.
So we could have had this amazing conversation about it, right? So there are some similarities, but we also know that Denmark is a lot more homogeneous in terms of its population. We know that access to healthcare is completely different. And so actually, the fact is there really cannot be parallels. And the other places where Kennedy said he really kind of, took a page from their playbook was thinking about Germany and Japan. When you look at Germany and Japan, they actually have more vaccines that are recommended. So to go to your question, Jim, which I think is a really important one. So great news in terms of the recommended and, will be kind of pushed forward are things like polio, measles, right, which we talked about a lot last year's, mump, rubella. There's a handful of other ones. The ones that I want to focus on are the ones that are no longer going to be on the most recommended list. I will say to everybody listening that there is the promise that you can still get those vaccines, but it will now be for either higher risk children or you have to go through something called shared decision making, which we can talk about. You talk to your doctor.
I thought Massachusetts has overridden those
recommendations. So Massachusetts is overridden. But let me just take a beat to talk about specifically those vaccines that are going to come off the recommended list. So flu and COVID, which we know. What is more surprising is something called rotavirus, which is an incredibly contagious virus where kids can get really sick with diarrhea, vomiting, etc. RSV, which we talked about a lot in the last couple of years because this has been a really important vaccine for children. It is the most common cause of hospitalization for young children. It's a really bad respiratory virus. And then hepatitis A and hepatitis B, which we've also talked about at length. And finally, meningitis. So we're taking that off the recommended list, which is, look, meningitis, our rates have gone way down in this country, but because of the vaccine. If kids get meningitis, it's 10 to 25% of them die from it.
That's the one you get before you go to college.
Exactly.
And why is it like a teen kind of thing?
It's a teen thing because we're saying, okay, now you're going to be in dorms, you're going to be close together, you're more likely to give it to each other. Again, it's really considered, more important for those who are at higher risk, so lower immune systems, but a really deadly infection to get.
Can I read a great quote from the woman you probably know or obviously know of her, the head of the American Academy of Pediatrics? Yes. Dr. Molly O'Shea is quoted in this ABC piece. Over the last 30 years, I've hospitalized hundreds of children with complications from influenza, RSV, rotavirus, and other vaccine-preventable diseases that have now been removed from the CDC schedule. I have never hospitalized a child for a vaccine reaction.
I thought that was a terrific quote and so aptly put. That's exactly right. So the science has not changed around vaccines. I just want to underscore that. There has been no data that's come out that said vaccines are less safe, less effective. It's just the announcement, which is, as we know, to your original question again, Jim, is what are the implications? In Massachusetts, we will continue to recommend what the American Academy of Pediatrics and Family Medicine recommends, which are all the same 17 vaccines that until January 5th were on our scheduled set of vaccines.
Which means they'll all be covered by insurance.
It will all be covered. It will all be recommended. But there will inevitably be confusion and doubt, which will carry through. And again, it's going to be up to us in public health and in medicine to continue to have those conversations and to know the data and to, sit with people and help them understand why these things are important.
And by the way, when you talk about reactions, I remember, my kids and my grandchildren now, that you can get like a mild fever with the measles, mumps, rubella. You're supposed to watch the kid, make sure.
Yeah.
But it's your immune system.
It's a reaction because your immune system is responding.
Yeah.
It's revving up. It's like warming up a car, right? You're more likely to be able to drive a car when a car is warm. And it's the same thing with your body. It is a beautiful thing when you get a reaction.
I'm laughing because Marjorie will have to know. We both got our first COVID shots almost the same time. She comes in one day, she says, "Is your arm hurt?" I said, "Yeah." She says, "My arm doesn't hurt." Something is not working. Oh my God!
I didn't get sick.
I got a placebo.
Did you punch her in the arm just to make sure that she felt like she had a reaction?
I thought there was some scam going on at Gillette Stadium.
but
we're talking to Dr.
Marty.
Katherine Gergen Barnett.
Yeah.
You know, we've had this discussion with you in the past, this exact same discussion, but it's getting far worse.
Yep.
For obvious reasons, which we don't even have to state, I am told that the number of kids of undocumented people in this country who are going to hospitals when they should be, going to doctors for normal checkups, getting vaccinations when they should, is dropping precipitously for a couple of reasons. The one obvious reason is the fear ICE is going to be at the hospital or the doctor's office. And secondly, if you're undocumented, I didn't know this until yesterday, Mass Health, which is Medicaid here, I guess is legally required to share some information which would be problematic with the feds. Is that right? If you're undocumented.
So my understanding, and there was just a great article in the front of the Globe just about today, about this exact thing. So my understanding is that it was that on the December 29th, there was a federal judge that ruled that ICE agents now are allowed to have access from Medicaid undocumented immigrants, to your point. It is important for people in Massachusetts to understand, again, undocumented immigrants don't have full mass health. They do have access, though, to emergency care.
Very important.
A lot of what we're seeing, though, that came out in the article is not necessarily just about undocumented immigrants. There is a fear in the immigrant community, despite legal status, about what will happen to them if they show up.
How do you deal with that? I mean, when a mother or anybody calls and says, "I'm sorry, I'm not coming," or you get word from your assistant they're not coming, what do you say to them? You had to assure them that they're safe. How do you do that?
Well, unfortunately, people in medicine, we don't often know why people aren't coming. They don't call and say, "I'm not coming because I'm afraid that ICE is going to come get me," right? They'll just cancel their appointment, or we'll see a rise in emergency room visits. One of the people quoted, Cheryl Bartlett, in the Globe article, is talking about the fact that in New Bedford, and similarly, we do it in our clinics, and I know others do too, we post to know your rights. There's red cards, there's a whole set of rights that people need to understand that they have, including the fact that when you walk into a clinical setting, and especially into any exam room, you do not, ICE does not have the right to follow you into those spaces.
They don't?
Do not.
Oh, that's important to know.
Yes,
That's
it is really
to
important.
know.
So you can actually have signs up in the front of waiting rooms to say this is only for patients with a scheduled appointment.
Isn't that horrible to think that you could get followed into an examination room by ICE?
And that you don't take your kid, or will at least think about not taking your kid who needs treatment or help, for fear that that kid is not going to have a parent
so
at the
we
end
don't,
of the day.
right, we don't know. I mean, it's like waiting for the next shoe to drop in terms of what the outcomes are going to be. But continuing to tell people the rights, and, we are very lucky to live in a state where we have an amazing attorney general who is very much fighting this and continuing to fight this.
Okay, let's go back to...
I want somebody to ask R.K. Jr. about his steroid use. I mean, he looks so like he's all steroided up to me with that big thick neck and all that cool stuff.
Okay.
Somebody should ask
You are
him.
so off script.
No, she is. Now, I'm going to go back on script. Here he is. Here's Kennedy making his announcement about new food guidelines. Listen up.
We only released these earlier, 2 days earlier. I'm sorry.
That's his phone. The quack. I think
that's hilarious.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's not his phone. But.
Just another weird thing. We got the bear in Central Park, the worm in the head, the quack phone. And this is the guy that's telling us all what we should do, eat and drink.
Okay, so new
Vaccinations.
upside down pyramid, whatever that means, dietary guidelines. Before you tell us in brief what they are,
sure.
My understanding is that the only people to whom these apply mandatorily, is that a word, mandatorily? I think it is.
I don't know. Mandatory.
Sounds good.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Our school kids, school lunches provided by the government have to follow this.
Yes.
And so one of my questions, besides what they are, who follows the dietary guidelines when they're good or bad anyway, and what are they?
Well, I think that they serve as kind of guidelines for people and goalposts for people. And I think, we do tend to have like the pictures of my plate. We're all up over our clinic. I do think there are important repercussions. So very briefly, I actually think there's a lot of good news coming out of these dietary guidelines. It's really focused on whole foods.
Yeah.
Michael Pollan, who's a writer I
wonderful.
adore.
We've had him a number of times here.
He's fantastic. And his whole quote is, eat real food, not too much, mostly plants, is an amazing, I think, way to be thinking about food. What I will say about these guidelines, which surprised me, specifically focuses on it's not mostly plants. So if you look at this upside down pyramid, why upside down? So it actually you're looking at what you should eat the most of, which is on the top, which I actually like. I think it's good, but it has a lot of vegetables and real whole fats, so olive oil, avocados. But it also has like a big old piece of steak and a huge stick of butter, and beef tallow is now part of what's being recommended for sort of fats, real fats. Sugar is, completely off the food pyramid. Not that we ever had a segment for sugar, but there's a real emphasis on, rather than just saying sugar should be less than 10% of your diet, saying you should have less of 10 grams of sugar per meal, which I think is fantastic, a fantastic addition. But the most important thing is really making sure that you avoid any highly processed food. So this is a part of these recommendations that I think is just terrific. I think it's great for the health of the public.
Who's giving low-income people extra money to buy non-ultra-processed
100%. This is, the question is not just, so school lunches, when school lunches follow the sort of whole foods guidelines, that is going to be a terrific change. Okay. So thinking about the health of our children. And then the other question is what does WIC and SNAP and all these other places do to kind of step into it? Increasingly, there have been allocations in SNAP to do more whole foods, more fruits, more vegetables, etc. But taking out the ultra-processed food is going to be an important shift because, as we know, these things have a huge, long shelf life, right? And so that makes things easier to give, to hold on for donations.
And they're cheaper than a lot of the...
Well, that's, how does the economics play out, and how do farmers get paid differently to be stressing on different kinds of foods?
Hasn't RFK Jr. said no SNAP money for sodas and so that seems.
You can't mandate that, but some states, we talked to Corby about it.
Yeah.
Corby Kummer, a bunch of states have passed.
But is that a good thing because sodas are really bad for you, or is that a bad thing because it's very paternalistic?
I think, look, are you being descriptive of where the money should go, or are you being prescriptive? In other words, are you preventing people? We in the United States have always been very supportive of people making their own choices, but I think the more that we allow and clear the road for people to make choices that are financially viable for them and good for their family, I think, hats off. I actually think this is, some of the best nutritional guidelines that have come out in a long time.
Okay.
So
that's good.
We only have a couple minutes left. All the weight loss stuff. Which when I hear the numbers of people who are staggering,
taking this medicine,
with a needle, which a lot of people have a real problem with.
I know.
One of the companies now has pills, which I think are already on the market. Correct.
Yeah.
So how accessible are they? How affordable are they, comparatively speaking? And what do you think of it?
So oral Wegovy is what you're referring to, right? So that comes out from Novo Nordisk, and they're also the company that obviously make injectable Wegovy, and they also make injectable Ozempic. And they've now come out with an oral version of Wegovy. It's certainly not accessible to my patients yet, but it is out, in the market. I think it'll take a little while to kind of disseminate. If you're looking at a price point, so at this point it's sort of what they're saying is a 1.5 milligrams, which is like the very starting dose. They're saying it's going to be about $149 per month but then, you'll need to go up on the dose and it gets more expensive. But let's compare that. That's actually about the difference of 1,000. So injectable currently is 1,349. So it's a big difference.
Big difference.
But it's obviously still will be very expensive for people. It sounds like private insurers are going to be getting on board with some sort of
Even
coverage.
if it's just for obesity?
Correct. Wegovy is just for obesity. It's not for diabetes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's not. In fact, oral Wegovy was not in any of the clinical trials studied for people with diabetes.
Oh, really?
It was just obesity.
But it is a wonderful thing for people that have struggled their whole lives.
I think it is. If we can continue to get the price point down, I think it's going to be a great tool in public health.
So did I read this weekend that there's new research that suggests that if you stop taking any of these things, that within 2 years you're going to gain all the weight back?
Yeah, that's not so new. We've known that.
So you got to do this forever.
Well, look, the hope is that you're taking this medication in combination with all the lifestyle management factors, right? So that you're moving your body more, that you're not having the ultra-processed foods, et cetera. So if it is part of a much larger, change that somebody's making, the hope is that you're not going to get all the way back up to where you were, but it will be part of your long-term plan.
And what do we know? We're almost out of time here, but what do we know about the side effects from these drugs?
That's the question that I think about a lot. So we actually have really good data on Ozempic long term because people have been taking it for diabetes for a long term. We don't see really, any long term negative consequences.
Well, that's great.
But, the horse is still out of the barn in terms of understanding long term impact of other GLP-1s.
Horses out of the barn.
Horses out of the barn.
Thank
You
you,
heard
Jim.
it, radio. I didn't say it. She said it. She knows what she's talking about as opposed to you and me.
Yeah, I like that. Okay.
Doctor, it's great to see you.
Yeah, thank you
Thanks
so much.
Thank you so much. I
Thank
really
you
appreciate
so
it.
much. That was a lot of great info. We've been speaking with Dr. Katherine Gergen Barnett, Vice Chair of Primary Care Innovation and Transformation at Boston Medical Center, Associate Professor at Boston University Medical School, and an Aspen Institute Health Innovators Fellow. Thank you very much again for coming in, Doctor. Coming up after this quick break, a real treat for our audience, our world-famous, beloved Two More Things segment. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, The Great Privation. The play confronts how Black Americans have been forced to survive in systems built on taking of land, of labor, of bodies. Moving across time, it centers on mothers and daughters, body snatchers and power, and the uneasy truth that some lives have long been treated as expendable. A stark, unsettling conversation with history. It's now in Boston by way of Company One Theater. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Atlantic Design Center by Eldridge Lumber and Hardware, committed to helping you achieve your vision for a new kitchen or bathroom and guiding you from design to completion with showrooms in York and Portland, Maine. AtlanticDesignCTR.com.
And McLean Middleton, a regional law firm with over 100 attorneys and locations in Woburn and Boston, serving clients for over 100 years in the areas of corporate law, tax law, litigation, and estate planning. McLean.com.
Welcome back to BPR. Jim Browdy, Marjorie Egan, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. We're back at the library tomorrow. The Attorney General joins us at the library from 11 to noon. Time for our Two More Things segment. Marjorie, what's yours?
Well, this is some good news, Jim. Basket, the Border Collie, apparently has learned 150 different identifications for their toys. Basket, the Border Collie, knows between, if you say, go get Froggy, he'll run across the room and get the Froggy toy. Or you say Pop-Tart, he'll run across the room and get the Pop-Tart toy. This trainer has
That's incredible.
It is
by the
incredible.
way.
They're talking about how he has a skill that puts this dog functionally on par with an 18-month-old child who are just beginning to understand your commands. So this is very exciting. Think about it. You're sitting at home in the evening. You got your TV on or whatever. You can say, Basket, the Border Collie, go get me my slippers. Basket, go get me a cocktail. Go get me these things. You can train the dogs, and you can have them do
your stuff. What's the name of the dog?
Basket, the Border Collie.
Now,
they've trained other dogs. Border Collies are very smart to begin with.
They
They're
are?
one of the smart. Yes, people think they may be the smartest dog.
Zoe is telling us that there's a Nova film on February 4th, Can Dogs Talk? And we're trying to book the filmmakers. But wait a second, I didn't read the piece. I just saw the headline. Are they suggesting that the average dog can learn dozens of words?
150. And listen to this.
That's
Sometimes it's
unbelievable.
overhearing conversation, just like little kids. So one of these examples is somebody in their kitchen talking about avocados. What does the dog do? Runs over and gets the avocado toy. They hear you talking about avocados,
fabulous.
and they get the toy. I think that's really cool, and it could save a lot of you having to get up in and out of the Barker Lounge or gym at night when you're home relaxing. You just order the dog to go get you what you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, no, I don't mean okay. I am totally enamored of it, like you are.
Yeah, they call them
dogs.
No, there's
They
a
call
word.
them
They're
smart dogs.
Prodigies. They're dog prodigies.
Okay,
Not
fine.
every dog can do this. Some dogs aren't so smart.
So he just says they're good boys.
They're good boys. But imagine that. Gifted word learners is what they're called.
Okay, did you watch?
The Labrador Retriever did not do so well.
Did you watch the last night, the Golden Globes?
Not little pieces of them. I saw Wanda Sykes. She was a riot.
Nikki Glaser is genius. I mean, she is. Remember, she was on her show.
She
Marty has
was on.
no idea.
No,
that she was
I
on
remember
her. Show.
her. She was on right after the Tom Brady roast.
Exactly. So here's her monologue. Her whole monologue was great. The part you have to listen to the end of the first soundbite here. It was brilliant. Here's Nikki Glaser. Exactly.
I cannot believe the amount of star power we have in this room tonight. It's insane. There's so many A-listers. And by A-listers, I do mean people who are on A-list that has been heavily redacted. But... And the Golden Globe for Best Editing goes to the Justice Department. Yes, congratulations. And the award for Most Editing goes to CBS News. Yes. CBS News, America's newest place to see BS News.
How great is that?
Isn't
I can't
that
believe
great?
no one else has come up with it. By the way,
know.
the thing was on CBS.
It was on CBS,
And if
you know
weren't
what?
paying attention, the America's newest place to see BS News.
Margaret Sullivan,
Yes.
our great media critic, says
not
that
ours,
his
but,
first week, whatever his name is, Dupuchik or whatever his name is over there,
Kupel,
Dupulik,
I think,
whatever
or
his name
something.
is, that it was embarrassing.
DeCopel, sorry.
DeCopel, we were close.
I didn't mean that disrespect. Brutal, from what I understand. I mean, in her newsletter this morning, everything has both sides-ism.
Yes,
I actually have it in front of me. Here's this thing. She on the anniversary of January 6th last week, he reads, President Trump accused Democrats of failing to prevent the attack. Hakeem Jeffries accused Trump of whitewashing it. Her point being, both sides are equivalent in terms of January 6th.
I know. Can we play the joke about George Clooney really quick?
It's got to be really fast. Here's
Okay.
another soundbite from last night.
George, you're amazing. I'm such a fan. I shouldn't be allowed to talk to you right now. I've always wanted to ask you this question, and I know this is unprofessional, but I might not get a chance to do it again, so here goes. My Nespresso has been coming out kind of watery, and I'm wondering, is it like a pod issue, or you think it might be the filter? Could you troubleshoot it for me later?
Does he do Nespresso commercials? Zoe says yes. I
Yeah.
didn't even get the joke.
Yeah,
She
I
is a
guess-
genius.
she
She
is a
is
genius.
brilliant. She's fabulous.
And usually everybody trashes the host of these things.
No, she
They're
was
not
wonderful.
trashing her.
She was wonderful.
Okay, we are done. After the 1 o'clock news, we're going to be joined by Princeton's Khalil Gibran Mohammed. We're going to talk to him about can higher education recover from the decimation it suffered this year under the presidency of Donald Trump and what it means to our economy going forward. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Brady. This is BPR 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Join GBH for Behind the Curtain, an inside look into the making of the new hit musical, Wonder. You'll be joined by their acclaimed creative team for an interactive virtual discussion. Get your ticket now at gbh.org/events.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Vivo Performing Arts, formerly Celebrity Series, presenting Alfredo Rodriguez and Pedrito Martinez for an evening pulsing with the spirit of Cuban musical traditions. January 24th at Berkeley Performance Center. VivoPerformingArts.org. And Fixed Dental, offering permanent teeth-on implants, customized in their laboratory, enabling their doctors and technicians to oversee every aspect of the smile design. Learn more about all the treatments offered at Fixed at FixedDental.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on Hour 3 of BPR. Donald Trump, he thinks civil rights era protections have led to white people being treated very badly. We'll get Princeton's Khalil Gibran Muhammad's take on that and how long it will take to undo the damage Trump has done to America's higher education.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then we'll end the show with another of my latest obsessions. Why are we all drowning in so many reusable bags? My closets are packed with them. My trunk is overflowing. They are everywhere. How did we get here? Is there a bag apocalypse coming that only the pack rats will survive? Do we really need 75 or maybe 100 reusable bags? What are you using for? And how can I call the collection? Please help me. Call or text 877-301-8970. That's the third hour of BPR 89.7 GBH.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. Minneapolis public schools are now giving students the option to shift back to remote learning for the next month in light of the immigration enforcement standoff playing out in the region. A spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security says more than 2,000 arrests have been made since the start of December. Confrontations with protesters have not let up since an ICE agent fatally shot U.S. citizen Renee Macklin Good, a white 37-year-old mother of 3. The administration says agents have the right to defend themselves while they attempt to make communities safer. Critics, such as Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, argue the real threat is ICE and racial profiling.
What's happening is full-on discrimination. It's targeting Somali people in our city, targeting Latino people in Minneapolis, and looking for a problem that, to be clear, we are not seeing on our streets.
Mayor Frey on NPR's Morning Edition. President Trump says Tehran has asked to set up negotiations over the widespread protests engulfing Iran. He said a meeting could be arranged but would not rule out U.S. strikes against Iran beforehand. Here's NPR's Jackie Northam.
President Trump said the U.S. might have to act before any meeting with Tehran because of, quote, what's happening in Iran. Thousands of protesters poured into the streets in all corners of the country. Videos of large crowds, burning buildings, and dead bodies in the street and morgues were posted on social media despite an ongoing internet and cell phone blackout. Tehran has not publicly said anything about a meeting with the U.S. Earlier on Sunday, a senior member of Iran's parliament warned that U.S. bases and ships in the region would be legitimate targets for preemptive strikes if it looked as though the U.S. would attack. But Iran's military capabilities were badly weakened during the 12-day war with Israel last June. Jackie Northam, NPR News.
Nurses across New York City are on strike. NPR's Kristen Wright reports their union says as many as 15,000 are picketing.
Nurses from 5 hospitals in New York walked off the job. They want to preserve health care benefits, safer staffing, and protections from workplace violence. A man with a sharp object barricaded himself in a hospital room in Brooklyn and was shot and killed by police last week. Darla Joyner is on the picket lines. She's been a nurse for 12 years and is part of the union's bargaining committee.
That's the thing with our job. It can go from 0 to 100. And you can't really say it's just an emergency unit or a psych department. It can happen anywhere in the hospital.
The strike comes during a terrible flu season. Governor Kathy Hochul has declared a disaster emergency due to healthcare staffing shortages. Kristen Wright, NPR News.
From Washington, this is NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. In a speech at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. today, U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren condemned the Justice Department's investigation of Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, saying it's the latest example of President Trump pushing for unfettered power.
Acting like a wannabe dictator that he is, Trump is trying to push out the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board and complete his corrupt takeover of America's central bank so that it serves his interests along with his billionaire friends.
In her speech, Warren urged Democrats to embrace unfettered economic populism ahead of this year's midterm, saying too many in the party watered down their economic proposals to win favor with wealthy donors. The Olmsted residence at the Frederick Law Olmsted National Site on Warren Street in Brookline is getting a $4 million makeover. Brookline.news reports the National Park Service is restoring the building in an 18-month, three-phase construction project. It's the first major renovation of the Olmsted's residence that's since 1982. And in sports, we've got the Celtics in Indiana tonight for a game against the Pacers. Monday Night Football, the AFC wildcard playoff. Houston is at Pittsburgh. In the forecast, sun, clouds, upper 30s today, clear and 30 overnight, sunny, low 40s tomorrow, 36 in Boston right now. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Drexel University, whose cooperative education program positions students to explore future careers before graduation. This is experiential education. More at drexel.edu.
Welcome to hour number 3 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Brady and Marjorie Egan. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. One more time, the Attorney General of the Commonwealth, Andrea Joy Campbell, will join us tomorrow at the Boston Public Library to take our questions and yours between 11 and noon. Hello, Jim.
And hello to you. And the Mayor Wu will join us a week from tomorrow, also at the library for an hour of taking your questions and ours. Joined on Zoom by Khalil Gibran Muhammad, Professor of African American Studies and Public Affairs at Princeton, non-resident senior fellow at the Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation at the Harvard Kennedy School. Good to see you.
Hey, it's great to be back. Happy New Year.
And to you.
Hello. Happy New Year to you, too. Thank you.
By the way, even though he violated the 8-day rule, I want to say, this is now, I don't know if you're aware, it's the 12th now. And isn't there a limit to where... I know it was well-intended, but I mean, really, come on.
We still have a Christmas tree up, so it was super violation.
Now, I would just like to say that my rule is, not that you care, but if you haven't seen somebody since New Year's, then you could say Happy New Year,
That's because you're a nicer person
if you haven't
than
seen
I am,
someone,
that's why.
I think that's why you can do it. Or
Fine.
there should be the 12 days of the New Year, like the 12 days of Christmas kind of thing.
Okay.
All right, so that was a little diversion from all the depression we talk about all the time. So here's a clip I just want to play for you, and you probably heard it. From the EEOC. That's the economic. What is that? The EEOC.
Equal Employment Opportunity Commission.
For the chairman of that, or the chairwoman of that, I should say, Andrea Lucas. She posted this back in December. Here it is.
Are you a white male who's experienced discrimination at work based on your race or sex? You may have a claim to recover money under federal civil rights laws. Contact the EEOC as soon as possible. The EEOC is committed to identifying, attacking, and eliminating all forms of race and sex discrimination, including against white male applicants and employees.
What'd you think?
Well, it is it is the arrival of the clearest articulation of what the Trump administration and the MAGA movement and now the Republican Party entirely captured stand for. They are in every possible and consistent way attempting to roll back what Trump himself admits in an interview with the New York Times, essentially everything that has happened since the civil rights movement. He is essentially quoted as saying, since the civil rights movement, white people and white men in particular have been discriminated against in this country. So if MAGA, Make America Great Again, has now a calling card, that calling card is to restore America to precisely a time when women and Black people and most people of color were second-class citizens.
You know, when you hear that, I have to say this carefully because I want to make it come out the right way. It almost, it sounds like satire. I mean, the fact that the head of the EEOC is saying, hey, white guys, I know you've been really screwed in all these years, come on down and we can take care of you. And when she finishes by saying the EEOC is committed to identifying, attacking, and eliminating all forms of race and sex discrimination, that's also not true, obviously. They're interested in eliminating it when it comes to white guys, but they're not interested in eliminating it when it comes to the people who actually were discriminated against for ages. And, you know, maybe it's because there's so much stuff, which is sort of how we started the show, that people can't catch up. The fact that there is not total head explosions from a significant part of the population is almost as depressing as what Lucas and Trump had to say.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, listen, I think it's hard for me to maintain the emotional register required to meet this challenge. It's exhausting. I mean, it really is exhausting. Now, some of us essentially have a job to do. You as journalist, I as a scholar of much of what is happening, at least what we talk about in these segments. And so at least a part of every day, it's my job to pay attention and to focus on these things. But it is really truly breathtaking. And I love your quip, Jim, that this is like satire. I mean, if you were imagining a Saturday Night Live clip that would capture the absurdity of what's happening, that statement by Lucas is a perfect articulation of it. It's incredible. Now, I do want to say this. We have to remember that this authoritarian wannabe fascist regime called the Trump administration, which is led by a billionaire and a billionaire class, including a soon-to-be trillionaire Elon Musk, who is, sort of in the timeout corner for now, but certainly represented much of the energy, like the tech bros of Silicon Valley. This is an old school divide and conquer strategy, which is to say that there are a lot of white men who are not doing well in America, but it ain't my fault. It's not Marjorie's fault. It is not the woke left's fault. It is the consequence of finance capitalism and an economy that no longer rewards hard work, in which case the population that has long received advantages in this economy are no longer getting those advantages. So what the billionaire class is doing, as it has often done, is said, don't look here, not us, look at them. So that's the problem with our ability to pay attention to actually the motivations behind much of the lies that the Trump administration tells.
By the way, I want to make note, Khalil Gibran Muhammad said it's not my fault. It's not Marjorie's fault.
Yeah.
He didn't say it wasn't my fault.
Yeah.
I want to be totally
Absolutely.
Look, apparently the EOC, Jim, is asking you to call in.
Come on down, right?
But I mean, you're a scholar of African American studies, so you know this a million times better than I do. But we talk a lot in the show. I'm going to go off script here for a minute, Jim. We talk a lot in the show about what do we do about this. And Jim, there were protests in Minneapolis over ICE, and we had the No Kings rally and stuff like that. And you think back to the courage of a lot of people that risked their lives in the civil rights movement.
People that are risking their lives right now when they're demonstrating against ICE.
Well, yeah, I you haven't seen what you saw, obviously in the civil rights movement. But so I wonder what do you think? I mean, do you have any brilliant ideas about what we should be doing to fight back? And maybe if you talk about the oligarchy, if it was more about the white working class, the brown and black working class, the Asian working class, everybody that's in the working class, make it more of a class thing, or to get rid of the oligarchy or something. I mean, it seems like we need to do something here.
Well, I mean, I think the first order of business is to do the opposite of what they keep telling us to do. I mean, so if you wanted to wake up and decide to resist, you'd read the newspaper and you'd say, oh, the Trump administration is trying to ban this. That's exactly what we ought to keep doing. Because they're very clear. I mean, they don't want us to be smart. They don't want us to know things. They don't want us to take our medicine. Literally. Vaccines, etc. So it's not that complicated with respect to our individual choices to resist the demands, often illegal, or certainly exist in legal limbo at this current time. This is why we've had on this show many conversations about why it's so remarkable that institutional leaders in this country seem to not be able to mount any kind of sustained collective resistance.
Well, you mentioned institutional leaders. We using one word out of there, abbreviated. We started the show talking about something that M. Gesson has been saying, including to Ezra Klein on the New York Times podcast yesterday, the day before, whenever it was, about how the speed with which the move towards autocracy on the part of Trump is such that traditional institutions which are historically more deliberative. I'm not talking about those which capitulate. I'm talking about those that are arguably trying to do their jobs. Courts, well, some legislatures, etc. It's not in their nature institutionally to move at that kind of breakneck speed. And the end of, I don't want to put words in Gessen's mouth, but it seems to me that if that follows to its natural conclusion, it's a losing fight if we're dependent upon institutions that have been the safeguards through history.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, we've talked about this before, which is to say that if you just look at the structure of the nonprofit sector and certainly the private sector, the very nature of boards of governance are to be risk averse, to worry about reputational liability, let alone fiduciary concerns, as essentially to be put out of business. And that is a natural regulator to kind of moving quickly and breaking things. So we do understand that those institutional constraints. But Jim, I want to add another problem here, which is one that speaks to what's happened in higher education. We have enough evidence now, Jim and Marjorie, to recognize that underneath the inability to respond at scale to this problem is a much broader acceptance that some of the basic charges by the Trump administration of an America that is run by Marxists and has gone over the cliff of being anti-American and anti-white, that too many people running institutions today either believe this or are sympathetic to it or are unwilling to make enough sacrifice to challenge it. And to me, we learn more and more week by week how many more people actually are on that side of the problem. And I think that helps to explain the conservatism and the national conservatism, the lack of commitment to fight power with power.
Talking to Khalil Gibran Muhammad from Princeton.
But when you said before that we should not do what they want us to do, what did you mean? Like what?
Okay, well, so if you are teaching in a university today and you have, like I do, 400 years of history to show the way in which racism has evolved and to maintain forms of inequality in society, my job is not to start my next semester teaching thinking that somehow all that history is now incorrect and that I'm a bad person and that I shouldn't teach these things. And I should have a dean that not only supports that perspective, but a provost and president that are willing to go to the mats to defend that truth that up until the election of 2024 apparently was okay.
Well, there's a president who used to be your president, who has said, I think last week on the podcast, that I guess he would say it's fine to teach history, but you are not permitted to tell us what your opinion is about that history. That would be Alan Garber. I don't know if I'm being 100% fair to him. I think I'm close to fair. What's your sense on the don't say anything policy in the classroom in terms of opinions that Garber's talking about?
Okay, so I'll give you two takes on this. The first take is the most generous one. Alan Garber is a trained medical scientist, a former physician, and an economist. His entire academic sense of practice and agency in the classroom has been wedded to a kind of scientific practice where you are working through established proofs that this or that leads to this or X and Y. You know, I'm not being as articulate about this.
No, I understand.
There are strict rules about how things work in the natural world. And to the extent that there is indeterminacy, the indeterminacy is not based on interpretations of facts so much as the uncertainty of what we know and don't know at a given time. There is, of course, opinion making even in science. I mean, how many times do we hear, well, we should drink red wine, we shouldn't drink red wine. So, there's room for speculation. The humanities is a totally different ball game. And so here is the absurdity from my vantage point. When I look at any university, college, you name it, public, private, big, small, whatever, and I go into the English department, I don't expect to find people teaching English who hate England or who hate the Victorian period or who might actually be of English origin, might actually have a British accent. Like the same would be in the German humanities department. So it is only in the context of Black people, Indigenous people, Latino people, women, you name it, in terms of ethnic studies and race studies, which were really just correctives, additives to the erasure and exclusion of these fields of knowledge and experience, that all of a sudden there is a problem in higher education. And for Garber to suggest somehow that I can teach African American history and mask any perspective as to whether I think slavery was a bad thing or not is absurd. And nor would it be asked of anyone teaching as a conservative on a history of the American Revolution. Do you think that conservatives think that teach the history of the American Revolution and somehow Great Britain gets as much time in the classroom to justify its oppression of the colonists and against the patriots? Of course they don't. It's absurd, and it's absurd on its face, and we ought to pay attention to precisely why these things don't actually make sense.
Was that the charitable part, or was it the other part? It was the charitable part.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. They all just blended together.
So I was reading this very upsetting piece from the Washington Post talking about Trump's crackdown on universities could wind up to collapse of the research system here. And they talk about how it's impacted admissions, financial aid, diversity, speech on universities, the funding partnership that's long existed for decades between the government and these universities, and has actually done wonderful things for the United States economy and bolstered national security. So, but the point of the piece is that this is going to last longer than Donald Trump because it's too hard to recreate. What do you think of that thesis?
I think we ought to be deeply concerned. I mean, listen, because Donald Trump is at this point not just breaking norms, but likely breaking laws, and certainly has stretched the meaning of the Constitution and the power inherent in the executive branch of this government, that anyone who comes along in the not too distant future and tries to follow the existing rules in our Constitution is going to have a very hard time putting Humpty Dumpty back together again. And in this way, I think we are looking at a generational shift in the nature of higher education and the role of the federal government. Look, just to again emphasize a really clean and simple point, the federal government outsourced its research and development enterprise precisely to remove politics from it and to attract the smartest people to be able to achieve goals that would benefit our collective well-being. That hasn't changed. The underlying logic of it hasn't changed. So if Americans are willing to go along with this, if they think this is a good idea, then we will reap the harvest of those decisions, and it will last for longer than the people listening to this conversation.
You know, I think I said this to you before, but I'm going to repeat it anyway because it had such an impact on me. About, 3 or 4 or 5 months ago, I was at this event at Babson College, and it was the first time I'd ever heard Nicole Hannah-Jones speak. And I think I told you the story, but whether I did or not, I'm going to tell it again. It was all health journalists except for me and a few other people who are doing something else there. And at the last question,
she totally did 1619.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1619 project. I'm sorry for those
all
who don't
about slavery in the United States.
Yeah. So the last they were all health reporters, and the last question was from a reporter at the Washington Post who said, "This has been." She didn't mean this in a critical way. It's been a rather depressing conversation. Let's end with a hopeful one. What are you hopeful about? And Hannah-Jones paused for a long point, and she smiled, and she said, nothing. And she went on to say, this is 8 months into Trump 2.0, and she said, and I don't remember the exact numbers, you probably do, Trump has undone in 8 months X%, a majority of the gains in the major civil rights legislation of the 60s, and it could take as long as 50 or 60 years to get back where we were before. And so I guess 2 questions. Does the same sort of a concept potentially apply to college, higher education? And 2, if it does, in either case, in terms of racial equity or higher education, I don't understand what America looks like when it hopefully has an election in 3 years and a progressive person is elected and he or she or they are under what Hannah Jones is describing and what these articles are describing about higher ed. So 2 things. One, do you buy the notion that it equally, or at least greatly, applies to the damage to higher ed? And 2, what does America look like for those years when we are still trying to recoup the gains that were won a long time ago?
Well, the first thing is I think the short answer to the first question is I do think that we are looking at, in higher education, an equivalent problem of a very long decline. And it's unclear what the full ramifications of that will be. There are no easy fixes because the politics underlying this are not moving in the right direction. It would be one thing if the president, certainly his approval ratings are low, I'll admit that, and the midterms may produce a good yield. But we do not have enough political education, that is, spokespersons articulating that underneath much of the agenda of the Trump administration is an agenda to destroy what we have taken for granted in this country about our collective ability to solve tough problems. And AI is not going to save us in that respect. So I think that Hannah Jones is right. We ought to be deeply concerned about the long-term ramifications. I think higher education, like race and like civil rights, is going to face a serious challenge. And then to answer your third question about what does America look like, I think that when we saw measles outbreaks in Texas and other parts of the country several months ago, we ought to be bracing ourselves for the most existential challenges that all of us stay up at night about, which is that disease incidents, shortened mortality, the effects of climate change, which will wipe out entire communities. Trump has already indicated that FEMA, it no longer suits his political goals. And so there are real lives at stake. And I do think that this country potentially, and I don't want to be sound the alarm, I think 2 things are possible. One, we will see a bend in the mortality curve for more Americans than we saw through the recent decades of the opioid crisis. And 2, there is a real possibility of much wider scale political violence. Because if Trump loses and there's a progressive president, as you just described, Jim, the people who believe that this is an existential moment to save white Christian America from everyone else are not going away. They're armed to the teeth. They're not going anywhere. So we have real challenges to take up over the next several decades.
So part of what you've been saying here today is that much of the country, if not, I hope it's not a majority, but much of the country is fine with all this. I think
enough of the country is fine with this in ways that continue to show us. I mean, how is it possible that no one in the Republican Party with any standing and credibility, I mean, Marjorie Taylor has agreed, even she's defected from this. But where's Liz Cheney? I mean, I'm desperate here.
Where is Liz Cheney?
That is a good point.
There is nothing coming from people who once praised the civil rights movement for the sacrifices of Martin Luther King, who signed bipartisan legislation to establish the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History, who helped to fund the establishment and building of the Martin Luther King Monument, which, of course, we're going to celebrate Dr. King's birthday on Monday. They have nothing to say about the underlying attacks on everything that the civil rights legislation stood for in this country? No, they do not. Why? In part because some of them were uncomfortable with it to begin with, but the politics and popularity of a move towards greater justice for everyone were overwhelming, and so they didn't want to stand in the way. But now they also face the crazies of the MAGA movement, and they're worried about their own safety and voice. So I don't think any of that changes anytime soon.
To be continued. Really appreciate it.
Where is Liz Cheney? That is a great question.
Why are you asking him?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it just occurred to me. Where the heck is she? She was like, we were all,
She was Kamala Harris's roadie.
Yeah.
I mean,
she was.
They were out there trying to save the country.
Well,
okay.
Hey, it's really good to see you, despite the message.
When you leave, we're going to talk about why nobody can throw out their reusable bags. This is where we're going for a little comic relief, because God knows we need it.
Be well.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us. We've been speaking with Khalil Gibran Mohammed, a professor of African American Studies and Public Affairs at Princeton and the non-resident senior fellow at the Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation at Harvard's Kennedy School. Okay, as I just said, coming up after this quick break, we're going to get to the real heart of the matter.
Don't be
today.
embarrassed, Marjorie.
I'm not.
It is who we are.
This is a big problem.
Okay.
It's a big problem for me anyway. We're going to open the lines once again. We've talked about this before to get your thoughts on tote bags. Okay, we ever since we banned plastic bags, now we have got dozens and dozens and dozens of cloth tote bags taking up space in your house. I know I particularly am drowning in tote bags. So the reusable bag and you, call into the why can't we throw these things out? Maybe you can. I can't. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. Listening to BPR 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Arun Roth. Today on GBH's All Things Considered, Senator Elizabeth Warren has a plan for Democrats to win over voters as the party looks to the midterms and beyond. And 15 years ago, a gunman shot then Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords in the head at point-blank range. Giffords has since become a tireless advocate for gun safety. Her story and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Cambridge Savings Bank. CSB is committed to improving the financial well-being of local small businesses through financial education and banking services. Learn more at cambridgesavings.com. Member FDIC. And the University of Massachusetts Amherst. UMass, the state's flagship public research university, empowers students to be the future in the pursuit of progress for Massachusetts and beyond. More at umass.edu.
Welcome back to BPR. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Ask the AG with Andrea Joy Campbell is tomorrow 11 to 12 at the library. So we must be at the library too. Every once in a while on the show, Marjorie gets obsessed with something that I have to give her credit is so important that we decide to dedicate a whole half hour of the show. That's what we're doing right now. This morning, we couldn't get her to stop talking about her rather large collection of filthy, reusable cloth tote bags. Now, society has collectively moved away from the single-use plastic bag. A lot of cities and towns have banned them across the state due to the environmental harm. But for the rest of the show, we're going to ask you, is the alternative any better? If you're anything like Marjorie, and I have to admit, I'm pretty close. You have at least 30, 40, 60, 80, mostly cloth
They're
bags.
everywhere.
From Barnes & Noble, she has one today. Italy, GBH, by the way. Everywhere you go, it seems like you pick up another fabric bag. What are we supposed to do with all of them? Even if you put some in your car or in your backpack or your bag or your desk in hopes you'll grab one in your moment of need, then you're that person, you know? The bag lady. Nobody wants to be the bag lady. In a separate side issue, these bags aren't even made of cotton or natural fibers. Most of them are made of something called polyurethane. Guess what that is, sheeple? That would be plastic. So the number is 877-301-8970. We're talking about those reusable cloth bags that I would bet every single person listening to the show right now has dozens of. Why can't we get rid of them? And why does Marjorie love to have us do the segment annually? And the answer is probably because she forgot we've done it in the past. 877-301-8970. I bring some interesting statistics to the table for this discussion. And you're going to think it's a typo. It is not a typo. If one of those bags is cotton, Marjorie, you ready?
Yep.
Guess how many times you have to use that bag to offset the cost of its production on the environment.
You told me this morning like 575 times or something.
No, that would actually be wrong. 7,100 times.
7,100
Now, if it's
times.
organic cotton, because apparently that requires more water, do you know how many times you'd have to use it? 20,000 times.
20,000
now,
times.
if you use, I'm not done yet. If you did that 20,000 times.
You might be dead.
If you did that every day, use that one bag every day, you know how many years it would take you to neutralize the whole impact?
500 years.
54 years.
54 years.
And if you had 30 bags, you'd have to live like 1,500 years to compensate for it. So what is the point of that? I have no idea. But here's the point. The point is almost all of us have dozens of these babies in our car, in our trunk, in the back seat of our car, in our gym locker, if you actually have a gym locker in your house. Why? Why do we collect them? Why do we keep getting them? Why do we not get rid of them? And Marjorie, you should answer the question. Why do you not get rid of them?
I don't know. I think I might need them.
All of them.
Even though,
how many times? Here's a good question. I'm glad you put it that way. How many times? Be honest about this. Let's assume you have 30, which I assume is a low number. How many times have you needed 30 tote bags simultaneously? How many times? Like a big grocery shop, or what is
you're not supposed to recycle them because
it's almost impossible to recycle them.
And so I don't know what to do with them. You can't throw them in the trash because that's bad. Now people that are better than I am are offering suggestions.
What are they?
Well, you go to the library. People want to you can donate to the library. People want to carry home their books in them. Somebody put Christmas decorations in them. Dean Ashland says, "Wow, I feel so much better. I only have 10 reusable bags." So she's really ahead of the curve. And they're often, good ideas, go to the Salvation Army and Savers. But I don't know. Oh my goodness, listen to this one.
Yeah, please.
I love being a bag lady. I don't hate it. I probably have at least 300 bags lying around between my house and my car.
Really
300 bags. That's worse than I mean, they have all these suggestions about what you're supposed to do with them. You can fold them. You can put 40 bags
what is
in
that?
one
How does
bag.
that solve? All that does is make space folding. How does that solve a problem? Why do you have them to begin with?
Well,
why don't you have like
the
3?
question.
Because let's assume you need 3 for argument's sake. Because if one's dirty, you have to wash it, and so you need a replacement. And let's assume you're doing a fairly large shop of whatever it is, and you need 2 to do that. So you have 3 or 4 would do the job. I'm not exaggerating.
How many do you have?
I was just about to say this is not hyperbole sells when you're doing this kind of topic and talk radio, but this is not hyperbole. I would bet I have 100. I really mean it.
And where
First
do
of all, I have
do you
at
hang
least,
them on clothes racks? Do you hang them on the newels on the staircase? Do you put them in drawers, or you just have them scattered all around?
I have
your
all
house?
those things. Now, let me say, I would say I have alone 15 GBH cloths. Tote bags. So that's just the beginning. And I would say I have at least 85 more.
Without a tote bag.
Well, and GBH has nice tote bags. 877-301-8970. Tote bag and you. How many do you have? Why do you have that many? Why do you collect that many? And what do you do with them? And also, we have to add this is, how often do you wash them? Let me ask you that.
I do wash them.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
Because I've spilled things on them. I have one today that's full of coffee.
Oh.
I can wash that one.
That's really sad.
We learned years ago that if you bring food home from the supermarket in the tote bags, you can get germs in there, and you better wash them, or it might, take you out, Jim. It might kill you. Now, listen, this is serious. One of the ways people are talking about ways to store them, and the straightforward method is create a bag of bags.
I do that. I have some of mine are in a bag.
You get one bag,
and you put them in the bags.
Stuff like 25 bags.
I do that
in there. Listen to this.
Please.
They're talking about contain bags in a file box.
Yeah.
Get file sorters, a vertical wall-mounted box to stick the shopping bags in
I've had
there.
a wall-mounted box.
I mean,
what is a wall-mounted box?
Isn't that crazy? If you're storing them in a wall-mounted box, you probably should get rid of them. But it is a question. I mean, you're kind of a hoarder. I can understand.
Excuse me. I'm not. I would argue that I throw away more things than in an average month that you throw away in a year.
I don't think so. I've been in your car, Jim. I've been in your car.
877-301-8970. The tote bag and you. I think people are too embarrassed to admit how many they have. I would bet. I was looking for a survey of this morning. Would you not bet that the average person has at least 20 to 30 of these things?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen to this. This is Sue's from Cranston, Rhode Island. I fold them, roll them, and put an elastic on after I unload the groceries. Then I put the bag with my car keys to go back to the car. She puts the bags next to the car keys, where I have a bag for the bags in the front seat.
I like that.
And if I don't have elastics, I use elastics from masks that I cut off and tie in a knot.
Exactly.
This woman is absolutely, totally organized.
Yeah.
I'm very
well, you know what
impressed
you
by
could
it.
also do, by the way, get rid of them. And that's an interesting question. You mentioned at the beginning that recycling is a real serious problem.
Yeah,
you can't recycle textiles for the most part.
That's
so
right.
what are you supposed to do with them? Does anybody know?
Well,
can you guys look that up? What are you supposed to do with these damn things if you do want to get rid of them, so you don't become like a hoarder kind of thing?
Yeah, they have this service that I joined, the composting service, Black Earth something or other.
Which allows you to do textiles?
Well, you put all your food in there.
Yeah, well, that's not a bag.
And then I
A
think
bag
once
is
a
not.
month or something, they allow you to put your textiles in there. So I stuffed.
How many bags have you put in there?
Well, I've done like 2 or 3. You can also put all your plastic bags in there, like if you get the newspapers wrapped and put it in the plastic bags, or you can put it in the plastic bag. They come and take them away. I had a lot of stuff I could get rid of, but I couldn't figure out. I put them in the wrong place, and they didn't take them, and so I had to bring them back in the house.
Oh, that's really sad. Well, where were you supposed to put them? Where did you put
containers.
them? I think most people are shocked to hear that you put them in the wrong place, by the way. Knowing you as people do,
I put it next
amazing.
to the composting bin, but that was apparently the wrong place.
It was.
877-301-8970, 877-301-8970. I mean, a lot of people here are donating them.
To whom do you donate? Other people have 100 of them?
The food bank.
Library has great ones too, by the way. I have a library one. I forgot about that.
I have a tote bag from almost anywhere. I have a huge one from Crate and Barrel. I went bought some Christmas decorations at Crate and Barrel. I have a tote bag about 3 feet by 2 feet from Crate and Barrel. You can use it when you're flying in an airplane, Jim.
Now, by the way, the New York Times, apparently one of our colleagues found this. There are plenty of good uses for your unwanted totes. Use them to bring clothing donations to shelters, houses of worship, or Goodwill, and leave them as part of the donation. That's good.
But then what do they do with them at the shelters? The shelters are probably overwhelmed with them, too.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just passing the buck.
Passing the bag, I believe, is the expression. It's not passing the buck.
Yeah.
If your supermarket has a food bank, thank you. That was a little late, but thank you very much for that. If your supermarket has a food bank box, donate extra grocery totes there. That isn't very exciting.
I mean, you wonder whether the bottom line is just go back to paper bags.
Yeah. I mean, let me tell you something. One of the things I looked up this morning, I don't want to get into this too much because I know someone's going to embarrass us with a phone call saying I don't know what I'm talking about, which I'm sure is true, is what is my point there? By the way, the phones are not working. I don't know if anybody's aware of that, and it'd be nice if somebody either got them working or undid them or unproblemed them. So keep trying. We're going to get this all fixed in a second here. But we almost made it through a whole show, but we didn't quite make it through a show.
I didn't know they weren't working.
They aren't. 877-3. Why am I giving the number if they're not working?
Well, because
I have
so
a
they
lot
can
of
text,
interesting
so
things.
people can text.
Oh, you can text. Now, here's another way. You can use them in lieu of gift bags when bringing gifts or food to friends and family. But it raises the issue that Marjorie has raised. What the hell do they do with them? You're just, you said this. You're passing the buck.
Or passing
the
the
bag,
as it were.
Yeah,
a lot of people have very practical ideas, but a lot of them have to do with passing the buck. And I think that's the other thing, too. The thing with the tote bags or the reusable bags is how many times do you get to the market
and leave them in a car
and forget the bags?
Yeah.
So do you run back out to the car to get the bags before you get in the checkout line?
You know what I do, which is a foolproof thing? I put them over the head and cut the eyes out of them so you don't forget. And as long as you're not putting liquids in them, it is perfectly fine.
I thought you were talking about wearing them like as a mask, Jim. You put them over your head as kind of a mask thing.
Can I ask a radical thought of our colleagues? Is someone going to tell us at some point if the phones are ever working, or you're just going to try to keep us like in a state of misery? They're checking on them. Okay. Now, here are some very thoughtful comments from some of our colleagues because we're stalling for time here. This is Jamie, who purportedly runs our show.
Yeah.
I used to be able to use the trunk of my car. This I can relate to. Last I checked, I couldn't find the bottom of my trunk because it's just covered in a layer of tote bags. That's probably true.
Oh, that's right. I went to the Austin Car Wash, the place where ICE came and arrested all those people. I love that place.
So do I.
I have never been able to get the trunk of my car cleaned at the Austin Car Wash because there's so many tote bags in the back of the car. I probably have about 15 of them. Some of them are very pretty.
Some of them are. Well, that's my thesis. As this is only partially. One I said to you before, why do you collect them and keep them? Hold that up. Could you get the camera on Marjorie? Because she's going to... Oh, there. That is lovely.
Isn't that lovely?
That's Union Square.
It's Barnes & Noble.
New York. Yeah. I know what it is.
It's got coffee on it, so I have to come home and throw it in the washing machine.
Okay, you've held it up long enough. Yeah. Thank you. It's plenty. Now, what I started to say was, I think part of the reason why people keep some of them is because, what did I say? Because a little tiny GBH. It's not quite a tote. I didn't get one of that.
I have 2 bags
What
with
matters
me today.
to chew? That's the slogan?
Yeah, it's kind of a joke.
It's a dog thing?
Instead of what matters to you,
what matters to chew. That's
because
really
you
cute.
can put your lunch in here. So I today have two
Oh, excuse me. I have to interrupt
with me.
for 1 second.
Yep.
We actually have, even though the regular phone lines are not working, and we almost made it through 3 hours today, but we didn't. People can call the bat phone. Here's the phone number. Write it down or do something with it. This is only one person can get through at a time. So one person calls, and then as soon as we hang up on that person, you call in is how it works. 617, that's right, 617-329-4328. 617-329-4328. And I interrupt you. I know you had something really important to say. What was it?
There's a popular TV series on CBS on Sunday evening called Elspeth.
Who?
Elspeth,
I never heard of that.
where the main character, a little odd, is always carrying 2 or 3 weird, huge, colorful tote bags at one time. And she, of course, is the proverbial bag lady.
Yeah.
You were talking about, a while ago, we did a show. Remember that 50% of American women, even if they have good jobs and they have a lot of money, are worried about winding up as a bag lady?
One of the most stunning, that was about 10 years ago. That was one of the most stunning things. No, but that was a serious thing. Even, did you just say this? Even women who were upper middle class had that fear. It wasn't just low-income people.
Yeah,
it's
or people.
incredible.
Yeah, they were very concerned about that.
Can I ask? I have a favor for people.
What?
Since the phones are not working, except that one bad phone, if it's possible, we're on. Is this Market Street out here? It's Market Street.
Yes.
If people could possibly come outside the window of the studio and hold up a sign with their comments, or at least a number, how many tote bags they have, we can read that off. So just come right to Market Street. It's across, what's that place over there? New Balance outlet store, and we can look at your signs.
I love these bags, especially the Trader Joe ones that have canvas, like a burlap with rope handles.
Yeah, I like that,
I
too.
use them to store my hat.
Oh.
And I'm a painter, and I have them all over my basement with my unsold paintings stored in them, and I carry my artwork back and forth and my brushes.
Oh.
And I use them for my beach towel.
Yeah, I do too. I put beach towels in there too. The only problem is the beach towels are so large generally.
Oh, I thought they meant
they spill out.
I thought they put them down on the sand. That's not very comfortable.
You lay out like 40 tote bags, and no, that's not what they meant.
Okay.
Okay, so we're just going to sit here and talk to each other for the rest of the show, and then see what happens. 877. Why am I giving the number? The bat phone is 617-329. 4328.
I can tell you some more suggestions.
Oh, please. I wish you would. Can you do me a favor? When you list the suggestions, could you read them really, really slowly? Really slowly, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
This is about organizing your bags.
Your bags, yes.
You want to take time to declutter.
Of course you do.
So you collect all your bags. In one area.
Yep.
You assess.
I've done that.
You assess their condition and determine if they're essential to keep or should be thrown away. And even if you have many bags in good shape, ask if you genuinely need every single one of them. If you don't, you consider reducing your collection.
I like this.
Yeah, but they don't really tell you.
Nope.
It's kind of like Marie Kondo years ago when she talked about getting rid of your clothing.
Marie who?
Kondo,
Kondo,
whatever.
not Quando.
Kondo.
Right, that'd be Kondo, yes.
Well, as you know, I have difficulty with pronunciations. Marie Kondo. Anyway, she had this thing about how you get rid of your clothing. And it's really hard to get rid of clothing, especially if it has some sentimental value. So remember what she said you should do?
Yes.
Like say your parents or your grandparents' old clothing they may have given to you.
Take a picture of it.
No. You take it in your hands.
Oh, you're right. Smell it.
And no.
I'm sorry.
You thank it.
Oh, thank it.
For its service to you over the years.
But then she had 3 kids, and then she stopped doing it. And then she'd like abandon everything.
But that was, well, when you have 3 kids, it's a hopeless thing.
What?
But that was supposed to make you feel less guilty about getting rid of your clothing that wasn't going to be recycled or couldn't go to the shelter or couldn't go to
Can I ask you
you thank it for its service. So I tried that a few times.
Okay, I have a question
I'd get
for
out
you.
my old socks.
Okay.
I'd thank them for the years that I've been able to walk, a mile in those
That's nice.
socks. And then you just get rid of them.
Okay, one last thing, but we actually have a caller. We're going to go to her in a second. Brittany, don't go away because we're going to be desperate without you. Let me get your judgment on something. I probably should ask you off the air. I have, for example, several pairs of pants that I really like that I have not fit into, for at most 35 years. So I am hopeful that by spring, I'll be I'll be able. Do you think that's a reasonable expectation?
I think a lot of people do that.
They do?
Yes. It's supposed to be an inspiration to lose weight.
Exactly.
To have the clothing hanging in their closet that they wore in 1982.
Exactly. Okay, Brittany would like to speak to us, and we really are appreciative of that
Thank you,
fact.
Brittany.
Hi, Brittany. Hello.
Hi, so excited to call in. I love you both. I've never called before.
We're very glad
Thank you for
did.
calling
Thank
to
you.
rescue us today.
You did.
I was going to say, when we last moved, I collected all of those tote bags that we had all over, especially some of the giant ones.
Yeah.
It was excellent to pack things in. It was so much easier to carry them with the handles than balancing big boxes. So.
Now, but let's assume you're not moving in the next 15 years. How about that? How about that situation, Brittany? What would you do then?
Yeah, get into a friend who is. Everyone, is always looking for boxes. It's all I've got. I use them to move. It was really helpful.
And that was a fabulous first call. By the way, did you hear what she just said? That's a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
Even if you're not moving, lend them to a friend or give them to a friend who is moving. It's a great moving thing. That was great, Brittany. Thank you for the call. By the way, you know what I do?
Something called Helpsy. This texter, I hope they're correct.
Helpsy, what does
yes,
that mean?
Helpsy, HELPSY. Supposedly, Helpsy take all manner of textiles, even old shoes. They pick them up from some cities or towns or have drop-off locations.
Wow.
I've seen those places in parking lots with the textiles. They're always overflowing. You can never fit anything in there.
Yeah.
They get shoes sticking out the top.
Can I make, hey, Brittany, that was an excellent first call, as I said a minute ago. Could you call several more times in the next few minutes, Brittany? At 617-329-4328. That's our bat line, because I don't know if you've noticed, the phone lines are down, so we won't be able to talk to you on the normal phone lines kind of thing there.
A lot of people are donating them, Jim.
They are?
Somebody else says
Who wants them?
They're cutting them up and making clothes out of them.
I like that. Can you imagine if you did? What color are the GBH bags?
Somebody
Bright
else
orange?
says Helpsy.
I never heard of it. Look it up while we're talking here. We got nothing else to
textile
do.
recycling bins exist.
Tell me
Look
how
for
you spell
Helpsy.
that. I'm going to look it up.
Blue bins are all over the place.
Oh,
Many
I've seen those.
Public schools recycle with
What's the
Bay
name?
State Textiles. Helpsy, HELPSY. But then there's also Bay State
I'm
Textiles.
only looking up one thing at a time.
And the schools get money back for recycling. So maybe what I should do, I'm right next door to an elementary school. Maybe I should run down there with my 220 bags and leave them off for the elementary
Helpsy
school.
is a certified B corporation and public benefit corporation. I have no idea what they are, with a mission to keep clothes out of the trash and to create honorable work. Oh, another person bailing us out. Randy Lee, we are so happy to see you or talk to you. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Well, thank you very much. It's a long-time listener, first-time caller, as they say.
We really thank you for that.
And I would, if I could, just say hello to my sister, Sherry Ann.
Hi, Sherry Ann.
St. Louis, Missouri.
She's wow.
She usually listens to the show.
Wait a second. Do me a favor. If you have, how many siblings do you have? How many siblings do you have?
2.
Say hi to the other one, too, slowly. What's the other one's
Melanie.
name? Melanie.
Am I wasting time?
No, I wouldn't say wasting time.
We want you to fill up the time.
It's your first call. We want you to feel good about calling the show.
Thank you.
Now, why are you calling exactly, Randy Lee? If
I'm calling
Marjorie
because
wants
I've been
to know.
listening to your thing about the grocery bags.
Oh, tote bags, yeah.
And I have so many of them.
Yeah.
My son goes shopping once in a while. Now we put initials, so I have my initials inside mine.
I love
and
that.
if I don't want the bag, I just put his initials in them and put it downstairs for him.
Can I tell you something?
But
You are the smartest caller we've had in months. That is brilliant. Does he ever
Well,
realize?
You're very kind.
Does he ever realize that you're playing a trick on him?
Oh, I'm sure he does.
I love that.
I'm sure he does.
I
but
love that.
he still keeps the bags. And also at Christmas time, when they give out the festive ones,
Yeah.
I put the Christmas present in that
Oh,
bag,
I
and
love
they have
that.
to take the bag with the Christmas present.
Okay, now
so I can get rid of 7 or 8 bags.
Randy
right
Lee,
there.
you're fabulous. I'd ask you one last favor since you were kind enough to make your first call. If you could ask both of your siblings and your son to call us now, at 617-329-4328. Randy Lee, it was great to meet you. Call us again soon. We really appreciate it.
Listen to this.
What's that?
This is Janice in Canton.
What'd she say?
Topic of woven bags. I made a pillow cover out of a cotton bag from Orsay Museum in Paris.
Oh,
I
Jared's
easily
plugged in there
cut
like
off the
10 times.
handles, removing the stitching to not damage the bag, and used a pillow insert or old tossed pillow to hand stitch the top closure of the pillow.
That was amazing.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine you making a pillowcase cover out of a tote bag?
Before you answer that,
Jared is making a face.
I know, but Jared, we have these. I feel we have to take this call because people were nice enough to call in our time of need. Sue's in the bus lane. You only have a couple of seconds. Hi.
Hi, Suze.
Well, it's going well. This whole half hour is going relatively well. Hi, Suze. Let's try again. How are you?
Hi, Suze.
Briefly, Suze. You're really kind to call. What's up?
Well, I'm actually calling from the bus lane.
I hope so, yeah.
Are you in the bus or illegally driving in the bus lane?
Like you.
Of course, illegally driving.
Good for you.
You know, I know I'm going to get in trouble for this, but you guys know I love you. I'm heartbroken that you're going to 3 hours. Hi, John Parker. But
we are 3 hours. We're going to 2 hours. Yeah, we're going to 2 hours.
2 hours. The issue isn't your phones. It's that nobody cares about this subject.
Oh, no.
Can we tell you something? That would be wrong, Suze, because I care deeply about it, and Marjorie cares even more. And now we'll find out. Thank you for your call. I would bet, one of my favorite things on our soon-to-be no longer 3-hour show is guessing how Jared relates his thought. I would bet you have like 80 tote bags. I have like 100. I would bet Jared has one. And I would bet it's neatly folded right by the door in like a drawer so no one can see it. I'm right?
No, okay, you're a little bit right. It's right by the closet door. It's inside the closet. No, you know what I have? I have a bag full of tote bags.
Oh, well, that was someone
They're
said
like
that.
rabbits.
Yeah.
They just keep reproducing.
They do.
I swear to God, every 18 hours I winnow them out, and then 18 hours later there are 13 more.
Okay, so what do you do with them when you winnow them out?
Well, I try to. Whenever I'm going to somebody's house, you're bringing food or wine. I bring a tote bag and leave the tote bag behind.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Or pretend you brought food and just leave it behind.
That's a good idea. Make it your friend's problem.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do. There's a little bit of me everywhere, all across the region.
I love that.
By the way, this is a really important point that I'm embarrassed I hadn't thought of. Jamie just wrote us a note. The Attorney General is with us tomorrow at 11 to 12. If we assume the phones are working, if they are not, just go out to Boylston Street and yell as loud as you can. And some of you will probably be able to hear and take it from
Well, it's really easy because I can go to the CVS next door, buy some poster board and some markers, and just hold up their question in front of the window.
I think it's an excellent idea. What are you doing on the show there?
We're going to be talking to Damien Hoard de Galvin, who is one of the Foster Prize winners this year. He made 365 sculptures in 365 days, one sculpture a day. So
out of what material?
Out of, great question, recycled material.
Wow.
Which is very poignant in terms of how he constructed these
I can't
pieces.
wait to hear this.
I know, what discipline. Then we're going to be talking about The Great Privation, a show that just opened, presented by Company One Theater, and it's about grave robbing in the 19th century, especially black bodies that were taken for scientific reasons. And it's actually a dark comedy, so we'll explore that. And then Countdown to 2026, we'll talk about Paul Revere's Sons of Liberty Bowl, which was a very treasonous bowl because people had their names etched onto it who were protesting the British.
How come we're not talking about the Countdown to 2020?
Because we were talking about tote bags, Jim.
No, I don't mean just now. But I mean, how come we're not, or whatever. By the way, though, I was being facetious. I'm sure the phones are going to be working tomorrow. So don't be put off or whatever the word is. Jared, nice to see you.
Thank you, Jared.
Bye.
Thank you for listening as well to another edition of BPR. Sorry about the screw up at the end of the show. You can keep up with us 24/7 by way of our podcast or check out our TikTok page at Boston Public Radio. Tomorrow, we are going to be back at the library, and we hope the phones will be working.
They will.
Attorney General Andrea Campbell is going to be with us, taking our questions and yours from 11 to noon. Plus, Andres Nelson's at the BSO, Boston Globe business columnist Shirley Young, and retired federal judge Nancy Gergen. It's going to be a really good show, Jim. We want to thank our crew.
By the way, Andres Nelson, they say, not just talks beautifully about music, talks beautifully about life.
He does.
And the time we're in. I'm sorry, Margaret.
Yeah, he's sort of a mystical kind of guy.
He's great.
Our crew, Zoe Matthews, Nicole Garcia, Hannah Loss, our engineer, John McClaw Parker, our executive producer, Jamie Bologna. Stay tuned for the Culture Show with Jared Bowen. We just heard about that. It's going to start right after we are done here on 89.7 GBH. I am Marjorie Egan.
I'm Jim Browdy.
Thanks for putting up with this last half hour and for tuning into us today.
Bye.
Bye.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Atlantic Design Center by Eldridge Lumber and Hardware, committed to helping you achieve your vision for a new kitchen or bathroom and guiding you from design to completion with showrooms in York and Portland, Maine. AtlanticDesignCTR.com. Rapper Wiz Khalifa and actor Sanaa Lathan learn about ancestors who left the American South in search of better lives in the North. Join Henry Louis Gates Jr. for a new episode of Finding Your Roots, tomorrow at 8 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show. Coming up today, 365 days, 365 pieces. Using wood scraps, spice bottles, and even toothbrushes, how Foster Prize-winning artist Damien Hoare de Galvin built a year's worth of sculpture. He joins us to talk about working every day using what's at hand and why that sustained effort earned him the ICA Foster Prize. Then what happens when the past refuses to stay buried and instead demands to be reckoned with body and soul? The new play, The Great Privation, is a haunting, genre-bending dark comedy that examines our country's history of grave robbing for the benefit of science. It's now on stage in Boston, and Summer L. Williams, Associate Artistic Director of Company One Theatre, joins us to talk about exhuming the nation's ugly past. And we continue our countdown to 2026, taking a closer look at Paul Revere's Sons of Liberty Bowl. Commissioned by Boston radicals and boldly engraved with the names of officials protesting British taxes, this treasonous bowl is a single object that captures how protest, craft, and politics converged on the eve of revolution. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Over the course of a single year, Damien Hoare de Galvin made 365 sculptures, one every day using materials most of us would throw away: scrap wood, paint cans, spice jars, toothbrushes, bits of furniture, fragments of daily life that usually disappear without notice. Those objects now fill a gallery at the Institute of Contemporary Art, where Hoare de Galvin has been awarded the Foster Prize, one of the museum's top honors. His sculptures don't shout for attention. They ask you to slow down, look closely, and notice how ordinary things can carry memory, ritual, and time. Damien Hoare de Galvin joins us to talk about making a year's worth of work by hand, why these materials matter to him, and what happens when everyday objects are given the promise of transformation. Welcome to The Culture Show. It's great to have you here. Congratulations on the prize.
Thank you very much.
Well, give me a sense of, people very much have an experience when they go into the gallery at the ICA right now and experience your work. What is that moment?
What is the moment that for them?
What do they meet that you have given us?
I think when you're there in person, it's a relatively small room, but the two walls with the work that you were speaking about, it sort of doesn't envelop you, but you feel the presence because they're large walls and there's so much work on them that I think it photographs well, but being there in person, seeing it, it's a different experience, I think, to just kind of take in all of these tiny details.
Well, before we go into the genesis of this and the recycled materials, as you stepped back after a year and looked at everything in totality, which again is what we're experiencing at the ICA, what did you see in terms of a year of creative output?
That's a good question, because as I made them, each it started with one day, and then weeks and months. I would make one and I would just kind of put it to the side. I had a few tables. It ended up being a few tables worth, and so it was just a large group that I was sort of looking at, but I was not going back and working on them or really like inspecting them. And so it wasn't until Tessa, the curator from the ICA, when she had got in contact with me and told me at the end of October, I really hadn't gone back and looked at them. And so to see them all together, was it was a little frightening, because suddenly it was like, what have I been doing this year? And suddenly a lot of eyes are going to be on this work. And so do I feel good about that? And but then after I went back and looked at kind of the individual pieces, I knew that the larger group would be a pretty cool presentation to kind of see also. So,
well, you have been making sculpture. What prompted you to embark on this Sculpture a Day series?
Frustration, I think, was one of the things that comes to mind. It was the end of 23, December, and I was looking, into 24, and wasn't sure what I really had on the horizon. I may have had a show or two kind of lined up, but I knew it was going to be a big year. There was a big election going to be coming up in November. The world continually amazes us with everything that's going on, and I knew it would be hectic. So on both the macro and micro, there was a lot going on. I had a young teenage daughter, and I still have a teenage daughter. But that's a big challenge, raising a child today with everything that's going on in the world, and social media and phones and all that. So I was feeling frustrated, but I think also just like a loss of control over just about everything. And, I had been speaking to someone who said, the only thing that you can control is yourself, in your own work. And when you're feeling kind of out of control, you go to work, that's what you can do. That's what you have agency over. And so, it started as like a bit of an experiment, sort of like a New Year's resolution. Like, I'll just try to do this thing that may or may not work, this experiment. Like writers do daily papers, or daily sketches, for other artists, journaling, things like that. So I thought it would be. I thought they would be even smaller than they are, because they're pretty small individual pieces, but. It grew, as the year went on.
If I can interrupt, this is where I thought was so interesting, because virtually every writer who sat, just as you referenced the writers, this is what I've been thinking about too. Every writer who sat in the chair you're sitting in now has told me that the only way they're able to do what they do, especially if they're working on a book, is to write every single day. Mm-hmm. But it also changes every single day. There's editing that a writer can do, but here you are producing sculpture that at the end of the day, that is the piece of art.
Right. Yeah, I think one thing that it kind of like preserved in the art making process is, whenever you begin a painting or a sculpture, there are interesting and good things that happen right off the bat, and then as you kind of progress, through the piece, I used to be more of a painter, so I think of things in terms of painting. But as you kind of go back into a painting day after day and week, and you lose some of those early bits, those early things that happened because they get covered up and you change things. And so I looked at this process as more like I got to save those early, good things that happened that would probably inevitably been changed, had I continued to work on them.
So does that mean as the days went on, did you find yourself adapting a new form for the next new day's sculpture, something that you had done before already in the year?
A bit, I mean, there were days that I think an idea probably carried on, for 2 or 3 days, and I think if you kind of look at if you're in the space and you're looking at it, you can see little associations kind of here and there, but I also was hoping for a lot more experimentation and, different use of materials. I use primarily wood, so I was hoping to use more varied kind of found materials. And then as the year wore on, I realized I had to kind of fall back into more familiar ways of working, because it just, it kind of took on a life of its own. And I had other things to do sometimes, so.
Imagine. Did you make every single day?
I did, yeah. Oh, well, So technically, it was a leap year. So it's 366. And I did go on a vacation. Well, I went on a couple of vacations, some of which I worked on. But I did go to Barcelona in July. And so there is one sculpture in the exhibition that says Barcelona on it, and it's July, I think it's 14th to 18th. And I collected bottle tops and toothbrushes and things like that from the trip. And so I took a slight break. I thought I would work in the hotel, but I was jet lagged and on vacation. So.
And you have a daughter.
Yeah, she stayed home actually. It was just my wife and I. But still, we had to get out and see the city.
I'm speaking with Damien Hoare de Galvin, the artist who is among the honorees of the 2025 James and Audrey Foster Prize at the ICA. You can see his work on view there through January 19th. Going back to the materials and the wood, why is reclaimed materials, found materials, why is that so important to you in your process?
I think probably the formal qualities of it, the patina and the weathering and marks that you wouldn't otherwise get, from new material. I do buy, material wood as well, but that chance splatter of paint or hole, for screw holes. I love just different ways of kind of using marks and found marks.
And where are you finding your materials?
My father is a carpenter, and so that's sort of where I got my start, learning about materials and tools and things like that. And so, when I worked with him off and on growing up, and one of my favorite things to do was to go through dumpsters, from home renovation projects. So, whenever I pass a dumpster, if I don't go inside it, which I don't do that all that much anymore, but I peek, and so from time to time I'll grab something out of a dumpster. But my father still collects things for me as well, and whenever he comes to see me, he'll drop off a big load of wood he's collected. And just there's a lot of stuff out there,
Yes.
There's a lot of trash just laying around on the street, and so whenever I see something good, I pick it up.
When you're working, especially with these pieces, did you have an idea of what the end result was going to be every day, or I guess another way of asking this: to what degree does it just appear before you?
It just appears, although I mean, that's my answer when asked a question like that, but I've been doing it a long time now. So you have a way of working and you have that end result that you're sort of used to. So even though I don't know what something's going to look like or how big or whatever, they all end up kind of looking, similar and of similar size. So I think I've just done it so much. It's kind of what I do.
What about when you came back from Barcelona, or even when you were there? That's a city of extraordinary architecture, Gaudi. Mm-hmm. There's the big Miró and Calder works that are in Barcelona. Once you're immersed in a place like that, does some of that begin to filter into your own artistic DNA?
I'm sure. I love looking at art and trying to collect art. In the ICA exhibition, there's a bench that I made in the middle of it, and that's filled with art books. And that was sort of I titled it "Thank You," and that was sort of like that had kind of been my art education. I didn't study art as an undergrad, and so I looked at a lot of books. And so whenever I'm in a place visiting, I love visiting galleries, museums, and I'm sure I'm picking up little things like we all do, as I'm traveling, that do find their way in somehow.
What did you take away from your father as a carpenter, and what he was doing throughout your lifetime?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, he's a very creative guy, and a good problem solver, I would say, in terms of like making things, kind of an engineer. I don't really have that side of things, but I'm sure I picked up tricks along the way, watching him.
As I mentioned, we're also streaming on our GBH News YouTube channel where people can see your work, and there's so much color in your work. And interesting that you've mentioned your time as a painter, too. That is part of who you are as an artist. How do you see sculpture and painting, especially when it comes to color and giving that kind of life? How entwined are they?
I would say very entwined. I don't think of myself as a big color guy, but clearly I am. And so something happens when I think I get around materials, where I may think of myself as kind of more of a minimalist, personality-wise. I don't know. I more of a maximalist probably when it comes to color. And I've never really inspected like why, it's just, it comes natural. I think so much of the way I work is intuitive, and I try to turn my brain off a little bit. That's probably why I make art, is because it's a different way of existing, where you're not overthinking, you're just, working, and it's just kind of coming through you, as opposed to kind of thinking about it beforehand.
To go back to the daily process, where again, your Sculpture a Day series, I think there are a lot of people listening. I know every person I know who's a writer can find it very challenging to sit down, but they know that's the rule. You have to carve out the time to sit down and at least write something, even, as many people say, even if it's only 2 sentences, at least you've done something and you're keeping it going. How did you find that discipline in yourself to create every day?
In retrospect now, I found it, I think it was wonderful, actually. It was like, life of an artist is a strange way to kind of go through the world. You don't have a traditional job where you have to be somewhere at a certain time. And so it was something I knew I had to do that day when I woke up. I always work, but this was, it was a clearer game plan, I suppose, each day. And it was very helpful. I also watched much less television than I normally do. I'm usually, by the end of the day, I'm on the couch streaming whatever. And I was in the studio, that whole year. I didn't watch a whole lot of TV. I had stopped drinking, so it was like no alcohol, no television to get in your way. You just kind of worked for a full year straight. And I've said this before, but I kind of miss it. And it's hard to get back. Like, I'm sure I will get back into a form of that again, and I have been working since then. But there was a real momentum to that year that I sort of miss.
I was going to ask, maybe you've kind of given a prism into this answer, but to what extent did it change you as an artist?
I'm not sure. I think the show at the ICA certainly changed me as an artist, because it suddenly brought so much more attention to what I've been doing for, 15 to 20 years, somewhere in that range. So that part of it has been a big change for me. And I think why artists get up every day and think that they can kind of do what they do. There's a sort of insanity to that, I think. But, when an institution comes asking to show your work, I think it's, kind of legitimizes you, if not for yourself, but, for others. And so I think public perception probably changed a bit for me. But I don't know. I think I still do things the same as I was before.
Well, it has been such a treat to speak with you today. Congratulations on the show and the prize. And we should mention, too, that it comes with a financial gift as well, which I know every artist talks about this, how that we know how hard it is for artists, many artists, to make their way through this world, and how transformative that can be. Congratulations on all those fronts.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Damien Hoare de Galvin is a local artist whose work ranges from sculptural pieces to creative installations grounded in familiar materials. He's one of the recipients of the 2025 James and Audrey Foster Prize at the ICA, and his work, along with that of 3 fellow artists, is on view now through January 19th as part of the Foster Prize exhibition. To learn more, go to ICA.org. Well, coming up, The Great Privation, a new play confronting how Black Americans have been forced to survive in systems built on taking, including grave robbing. That's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Arun Roth. Today on GBH's All Things Considered, Senator Elizabeth Warren has a plan for Democrats to win over voters as the party looks to the midterms and beyond. And 15 years ago, a gunman shot then Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords in the head at point-blank range. Giffords has since become a tireless advocate for gun safety. Her story and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And MIT Sloan Executive Education, offering 2 to 3 day courses and executive certificates for professionals seeking cutting-edge business insights on innovation, cybersecurity, AI, and more. Info at executive.mit.edu. And the Boston Symphony Orchestra. This month, the E Pluribus Unum Festival explores American music, history, and ideals through performances and in-depth conversations at Symphony Hall and around Greater Boston. bso.org. And CrowdStreet, a platform providing individual investors direct access to private equity, private credit, and real estate. Learn more at crowdstreet.com.
Securely and confidentially contact GBH News by messaging us on the Signal app. Visit GBH News information. gbhnews.org/investigations.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. It's the middle of the night in 1832. A widowed mother and her teenage daughter guard a fresh grave because the rumors the mother has heard are real. Resurrectionists, quote-unquote, have been digging up black bodies for medical schools. The man buried there, her husband Moses, a victim of cholera, is theirs, and they're determined to prevent the theft of his body. That vigil anchors The Great Privation, How to Flip 10 Cents into a Dollar, by Nia Akila Robinson. It's a new play built around 2 stories rooted in the same plot of land: a Philadelphia churchyard in 1832 and a sleepaway camp 2 centuries later, where another mother and daughter work as counselors. In this dark comedy, playwright Robinson exhumes a buried chapter of America's true medical practices, which relied heavily on grave robbing. The Great Privation, a co-production of Company One Theater and Woolly Mammoth Theater in Washington, D.C., is on stage through January 31st at Suffolk University's Modern Theater. Joining me to talk about it is Summer L. Williams, co-founder of Company One and its associate artistic director. It's great to have you here. It's great to see you for a second day in a row because I was there to see the show yesterday.
It's so true. It's so nice to see you again, too.
Well, thank you for being here. This, I have to say, I haven't stopped thinking about it since yesterday because this is new theater.
Yeah.
This is new forms of storytelling, I think new theatrical devices. This is, we'll get into it, a subject matter I didn't really know anything about. How did you land on this piece?
Well, the prospect of collaboration came by way of the director who was also on the artistic team at Woolly when they were doing a shared leadership model. So Mina Marita sort of reached out, and we had been in conversation about ways to collaborate. Great Privation came up. We read it. We fell in love with it. We were like, yes, this is the show for us to do.
You knew immediately.
Absolutely.
What did you see in it?
One, the history. It's hidden history, not often talked about. And I think the more we put history on stage, the more we open difficult conversations about our common past, the better we all are in the future. And so that's deeply a part of who we are as Company One Theater. And then artistically, so 4 actors, they're each playing double roles. It's incredible. It is just incredible artistry that's happening within that work. And so it was a no-brainer.
Well, let's go back to this plot that we find unfolding in the 1800s. Again, this mother and her 16-year-old daughter guarding at night, start really, really hungry, cold, but just want to be sure that the husband/father is not going to be stolen from the grave. But this is based on a very real history in our country.
Based on very real history. And so the play is set in Philadelphia. And so we're talking about Jefferson hospitals. And there is history of every large hospital system, medical facilities back in the day and now, unfortunately, who were practicing in the desire to benefit medicine and to benefit science. We're really doing harmful practices to Black bodies by taking them and doing further research, dismemberment, etc.
Well, the playwright, I should say, throws a wrench into our own black and white thinking about this in terms of morality by reintroducing the fact that this is a story told in the time of cholera. Yes. So obviously it's horrific to think of bodies being taken from graves, but they're being taken to the end of maybe advancing science and medicine. So then we have to wrestle with this in the audience. Well, wait a minute. How do we begin to reconcile this?
Absolutely. And if you think about, generally a lot of great medical advancement came at the cost of someone else, something else. And that's really hard to reconcile. And there are no clear answers. There's a really compelling argument made by the janitor who has come to pick up the body to resurrect and is met there with the mother. And there is a fantastic conversation about the moral issue and how a little wrong or a great wrong could be also a right and benefit many, and who decides.
So if I reintroduce the fact that I've described this as a dark comedy in the introduction.
Horror comic play, yes.
Horror comic play. Yeah, we'll get to that too, some of the supernatural elements. How does comedy, and it does work, but why does comedy work when we're treading into such serious subject matter?
Oh, that's a great question. I think it works, one, because humor is a part of the distinctly human experience, and it allows us to deal with and grapple with really difficult content by creating a little bit of that pressure valve release. And I think there's a great absurdity to life. And when you can sort of acknowledge that, despite the situation you might be in, it might also help you to get through it a little bit. And I think that's also a part of what the play is asking us to think about, the great privation, this sense of something we should have in abundance, should be guaranteed, and we don't have access to it. How to flip 10 cents into $1. How do you make lemonade out of lemons? How do you take what you have and make something greater?
Well, this is something that we find as we're moving back and forth between the centuries, and we move forward to these camp counselors and another mother and daughter, yes, played by the same actors who are doing really extraordinary work in a matter of seconds, having to shift their characters from the previous 200 years to the present day. Remarkable performances. But what do we find them grappling with in the present day?
So in the present day, they are in Philadelphia. They are Harlemites, so they are not at all from Philly, and they are in Philly because the mother's mother is she's failing in health and wanted to spend her final days where she was from and to be connected again to her ancestral homelands. And the daughter doesn't know quite anything about her family's lineage. lineage and is really interested and sort of desperate to fill in some of those holes and sees an opportunity in the fact that they're there in Philadelphia together. And yet the mother is a little hesitant to figure out how to go about answering those questions. And I think it's a common experience because there might be the great desire to learn and to know, but if you don't have a good source, where do you go for that information?
And we find, well, I'm not going to ask that because I want to leave some stuff for people to experience. I was realizing spoiler alert, that's what was going to happen. If people are just tuning in, I'm speaking with Summer L. Williams, a co-founder of Company One Theater and associate artistic director. We're talking about their brand new play, The Great Privation, which just opened this weekend. It's a co-production of Company One and the Woolly Mammoth Theater, on stage through January 31st at the Modern Theater at Suffolk University, just a couple of doors down from the Opera House.
That's
for people
right.
who don't know where that is. Well, this is also a good moment to talk about pay what you can.
Yes.
You can pay $0 if that's appropriate for you to see this show.
Absolutely. We have worked really hard across our 27 seasons for this moment that we can offer all of our programming at a pay-what-you-want experience, which means it does not stop you if you don't have the money to come in to buy a theater ticket. That is not the goal. The goal is for you to come in and have an experience. And because you can pay what you want, you can pay $0, you can pay $50, you can pay $500. The point is we want you there for the experience.
How have you made that happen?
Over time, a lot of hard work, a lot of generous funders and donors who believe in the vision of what it is we're trying to do, create equal access. We want to be Boston's theater for the people. And the best way to do that is to really work on reducing all of the barriers that might stop someone from making it to the theater in this age and time. And so we are itinerant. We bounce around to all sorts of communities and neighborhoods. We make theaters in places that are not theaters typically. We haven't been in the Modern in a lot of years, and it's beautiful to be back. And it also feels like, oh, so nice. Look at it. Oh. But we really work intentionally to create an experience that says we're not always saying, please, please, please come to us. We want to get as close to you as we possibly can and remove any barrier that sort of stands in the way of you having a really beautiful experience.
I was really struck by knowing that you're doing this, knowing what the financial limitations are if you're not getting full price ticket revenue for the people coming in, given what I saw on stage, which was it looked like a pretty budget heavy production. It was a fabulously rendered production.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There's a full tree up there.
The tree is very consequential. Again, we won't go into that.
That's true.
But you're able to do this without sacrificing really getting great actors, with creating elaborate staging. And maybe this is a point at which we can introduce the horror supernatural part of this. We know that this is a nation of audiences who love their horror films. Yes. Now you can see it on stage.
Yes. We had a young person in the audience just the other day who was like, Stranger Things, there's something about it that feels like Stranger Things, which is like a really beautiful cultural touch point, right? But to create this opportunity to sort of see something that feels very supernatural happen right in front of your eyes is sort of a beautiful technical feat, and the lovely simplicity of like stage work. There's something that's really magical about the experience, and it's kind of scary, and it's awesome. It's doing so much in that moment, and we're really, really fortunate to work with folks who want to support this sort of work and offer to generously figure out how to help us make this thing happen. So it took some time for us to get here, but man, are we glad that we finally reached our pay what you want for all programming.
Well, in terms of the collaboration, as I've mentioned, this is a collaboration with Woolly Mammoth Theater, which is based in Washington, D.C. How does this help you to be able to have a partner another city away to develop this work? And was it basically the show that I saw yesterday that was also in Washington, D.C.? You're nodding your head.
Yes, absolutely.
So this is something that develops very cohesively.
Very cohesively, and we were very intentional about it. So there were a lot of folks from Boston who were in D.C. As the show was being made and rehearsed and put together. And we were supportive of each other, and we were working. So half the cast are Boston actors, half the cast are D.C. actors. Like, we really focused shift on a collaborative experience. And it was with Woolly Mammoth in D.C. And if you are a theater head, you might know that so much of where Company One sort of came from, especially all of our early productions, were things that were started at D.C., came from the Woolly Mammoth incubator. A lot of Brandon Jacob Jenkins' work. So there is just like a real beauty in the continuum between us. And it's really exciting to be at this level with each other now and hopefully continuing to go forward in the future because it's been a beautiful collaboration.
Well, speaking of going forward, Nia Akila Robinson, the
Yes.
playwright who I had the fortune of seeing yesterday, you had her there for a post-show discussion. And it occurred to me, I was just joking with you as you were walking in, I should have taken a picture of her because I know that she is going to be a very, very acclaimed playwright in our country. You see it in the work that I saw on stage. I saw what she was talking about. She's already had a MacDowell Fellowship.
Right.
She was in the same building, in the same room that James Baldwin was when he had his fellowships at MacDowell. But this is what you're doing, too. This is about working with people on their way up. And we should also mention, as she did, Juilliard and Yale trained. Not bad.
Not bad at all. She is certainly what's next in terms of an American theatrical voice. Can't wait to say that her work is a part of the canon. And really excited to know that she's going to be writing for a good long time. And we have that relationship and that we're going to only build from there. And so it feels really exciting to think about all the good that's going to come out of knowing her and everything that she is aiming to do with her work, because she's deeply invested in figuring out how to talk about the difficult history of this country, but in ways that folks can hear it, experience it, feel it, connect with it, but not be distanced by it.
Well, just as we were talking about, this is a play built around this horrific practice of grave robbing, yet we've also called it a dark comedy. And I was very struck yesterday in her conversation when she was talking about how her sense is that most people carry both grief and joy at the same time, which is what she's doing here and looking at this history, but trying to move us forward.
Absolutely. And I do think when she talked about holding grief and joy at the same time, there probably couldn't be anything more apropos of the moment that we are experiencing. And to think about, again, artists are leading the way in terms of storytelling, in terms of figuring out how to pull communities together, in terms of figuring out how do we do the hard things collectively. And she, to me, falls into that category. And the ability to hold both the grief, both the joy, and to know that you're going to use the balance of them to pull you through the experience. There's something that feels like an extrapolation for life, too.
And she is one of a number of she's this season by design.
Yes.
Company One's 27th season is all female playwrights of color.
Correct. And yes, by design, but also just the best work. The plays that were speaking to us the most loudly, the most vibrantly, that we feel really connected to, and not just in terms of content, but also in terms of like Miranda Austin de Decaget. She's here. She's from here. And she's telling a story that's about here. Keiko Green has brought to us this beautiful piece in You Are Cordially Invited to the End of the World that is asking us to grapple with, again, grief and joy at the same time. And so it feels really good to once again put together a season that we love, a season that we think everyone will love. Yes, it happens to be 3 women of color, and they also happen to be just the best plays.
And again, can't understate this. Everybody who listens to the show knows how strongly I feel about this. It's pay what you want.
Yes.
I said can, but it's pay what you want.
All of the above. Pay what you can, pay what you want, pay what you feel, all of it.
Summer L. Williams loves when you can pay $1,000.
That's right. That's
it helps.
right.
Thank you so much for being here. Great to see you. Am I going to see you tomorrow?
You better.
Okay.
I hope so.
You'll be waiting out by my car.
That's right.
Okay,
that's right.
Or I'll find you. Always great to see you. So much fun.
So good to see you. Thank you.
Summer L. Williams is the co-founder of Company One Theater and the associate artistic director. The Great Privation, a co-production of Company One and the Woolly Mammoth Theater, is on stage through January 31st at the Modern Theater at Suffolk University. To learn more, go to company1.org. Well, coming up as we continue our countdown to 2026, we turn to a true to silver lining of the revolution, Paul Revere's Sons of Liberty Bowl, very treasonous, and the politics etched right onto it. That's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
Overnight train system has connected European cities for decades, but running trains 24/7 is expensive, and some countries are wondering if these sleeper trains are worth it.
You need to build new night train carriages, and no one has for 3 decades, because the railway industry thinks night trains are not profitable enough.
That story next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Explo. From culinary arts to veterinary science, Explo's summer program helps middle schoolers to find their spark. Day and overnight options at explo.org/summer. Priority deadline February 13th.
Support for GBH comes from our listeners and from Zimmons Fine Fabric and Furniture.
What's the largest fabric store in the country? We have 50,000 in-stock fabrics.
Daniel Zimmon, owner.
I listen to GBH because I know they're going to give me the truth. And that's what we give our customers. We've been around for 110 years. Our customers trust Zimmons, and they trust the news they...
To learn more, visit wgbh.org/sponsorship.
From your community and across the Commonwealth, GBH News is your home for trusted local news. GBH 89.7, online at gbhnews.org, and on the GBH News YouTube channel.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7, streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel, and bringing you another edition of Countdown to 2026, our recurring examination of the events leading up to the 250th anniversary of the official founding of our country. We're continuing our conversation with the Museum of Fine Arts about artworks in their collection that offer insights into the American Revolution and the people who were part of this history. Today, we're focusing on Paul Revere's Sons of Liberty Bowl, a silver vessel he crafted in 1768 to commemorate a Massachusetts vote rejecting new British taxes. It's engraved with the names of the legislators who opposed them, and it's one of the earliest objects linking Revere directly to organized resistance. Joining me to talk about it is Ethan Lasser, the MFA's Chief of Curatorial Affairs and Conservation. Welcome back to the show. That was not your title the last time you were here. Congratulations on a big promotion for you.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you. Glad to be back.
Well, very, very well earned. This, I have to say, for as many times, I shouldn't even admit this, but for as many times as I've been in the Museum of Fine Arts and I've seen this Liberty Bowl, which you'll describe, I did not know how incendiary this is. So tell us what this bowl is and why it was so treasonous.
It does look like just this beautiful silver bowl, but when you start reading this inscription and understanding how it was, when it was made, you understand treason is a good word. So let's get into our history for a second. The Townsend Acts. People will remember that from their grade school history class. Levy taxes on tea, paper, glass. The British and the colonists are angry, and they read a petition to tell the British to rescind that tax. And the British come back and say, we need you to shut down the petition, revoke it. And famously, the Massachusetts House of Representatives says, no, we're sticking to our guns. We're going to keep this petition intact. And they realize that this is a historic act of defiance because they create this bowl to commemorate standing up to the king.
Which means putting this is so valuable, just as Summer was talking about, looking at art in our times right now, and we understand what revolution meant 250 years ago. Why was it so significant and dangerous, what they were doing with this bowl?
So I'm going to read you an excerpt from Paul Revere makes the bowl. He puts this inscription on it. that he's remembering the 92 members of the House of Representatives who, here's the key quote, undaunted by the insolent menaces of villains in power. Wow.
Well, just let that
standing
sink
up, standing up to the king, commemorating their decision not to rescind. The insolent menaces of villains in power. So if you imagine those villains in power seeing this bowl, you understand why they wouldn't be too happy.
Well, I also, among my learning, for those of us who are watching or maybe just have recently watched Ken Burns' documentary for PBS, which is covering a very expansive look at the American Revolution, the Sons of Liberty, here we have a group that's coming together, and we see that art making, craft making is part of their protest.
That's right, this secret society, and I just read the inscription above that are the names of the Sons of Liberty. So they're so confident that they're actually going to put their names to this act of defiance, including the maker of the bowl, Paul Revere, who prominently stamps his name. So if the British saw this, they'd know who was responsible for it. And I think, to your point, they understood what they were doing was significant. And they made the bowl right then in the summer of 1768, commemorating. They drank from it, they toasted themselves, but they understood this was serious stuff.
Well, that's interesting, too, that this was actually a punch bowl at the end of the day, and even that is fairly significant and consequential in terms of the gathering and part of a protest movement.
Yeah, this wasn't like, today we have like a little plaque in our office commemorating some achievement, but this was a communal object, a large communal object, would have been on the center of a table. You can imagine the toasting, the drinking, the celebration that went on around this bowl.
If we look at Paul Revere, and we've talked about this before, but it's worth remembering, especially in this moment of increased protest around this country, and the art, the protest posters that people are bringing. If we think about the pink hats that women were wearing a few years ago, there was a performative nature to the protest. It all is entwined with art that goes back to the American Revolution.
Yeah, I think that artists, this Liberty Bowl shows us this current in American art, which the pink hats are part of, which is artists are there at the protest moment. Artists are creating works of art that stand up to power, that resist, that speak truth to power, and we see that right here in 1768, and it's a current in our history that runs through. That maybe differentiates us from other cultures where artists don't have that confidence and that stridency. But you're right, Revere and the pink hats. I think of the No Kings March, some of the great signs we've been seeing. They're all in a continuum that art and artists are at the table.
And Paul Revere, his is the name that often gets associated, and I think it still surprises people when they realize the man who was responsible or part of, at least, the Midnight Ride was really an artist at the end of the day, but he was one of many artists in that time.
That's right. So Boston has its share of artists. They have different positions, different point of views on the revolution, but Revere, I think, uniquely is committed to the patriot cause, also making silver, also making art, seems to be the kind of person who knew everyone, who had his hands in everything. It also speaks to the way that the silversmith was an elite profession at that time and had the ability to move between different rooms.
When we're looking at the American Revolution as well and how things are carried forward, how artifacts are recognized at the time and preserved, how did this bowl ultimately come into the collection of the Museum of Fine Arts?
Yeah, this is a great story. So it stays in the family of one of the Sons of Liberty, William McKay, and eventually they decide, okay, we got to sell this. It's 1940s. It's World War II, 1949, which is significant because I think just as our moment is looking back to the revolution, to these early histories, certainly in the wake of World War II, they were looking back as well. And a number of museums are kind of bidding for this piece, including museums in New York, the MFA, and ultimately there's a campaign to keep it in Boston. And there are museum patrons involved in that, but the key donors are the fourth graders of the city there's this effort on in 1949 to bring collection, to bring up, a cup, bring your pennies, bring your dimes across the Boston public school system. There's a memo that we still have asking teachers to bring the ask to their classrooms. And so even still in our credit line, we credit the school children of Boston who helped pay for this object and helped to keep it in Boston. And I just love that story. And I love the idea that in the shadow of World War II, we see something in this bowl.
And how fabulous to have children so committed to contributing to art.
Yeah.
Well, you've advanced this now in terms of what you've paired the bowl with at the Museum of Fine Arts. Is this underway already, or is this coming in the new galleries, which will be unveiled when we look at the vessel of David Drake, who will be shown or is shown alongside the
That's right.
bowl.
So we've talked a lot about that work of art in this series, and the way we're going to present it in the new galleries opening in June is to think about these two vessels inscribed with words of defiance. Paul Revere's words of defiance, Dave Drake's words of defiance as an enslaved man in South Carolina, and to think about what I've just described, that history of protest, American artists and resistance, American artists speaking truth to power. And these two objects, the makers didn't know each other, they didn't live at the same time, but there's something kindred about them that, as you say, continues into the arts of this day.
We should point out for people who may not know the name David Drake, we did talk about him on the show, but he's been collected now, this enslaved man who had a horrific history of his family being separated from him, of losing his leg at one point. I think it's fair to say undoubtedly due to the treatment he received as an enslaved person, but whose lineage has now been traced. And recently the MFA stepped forward as the only museum in this country that has restituted a piece of art to, in this case, two pieces of art, to the descendants of his family. The museum was able to purchase the piece back that you're talking about. What's the poignancy for you that we have moved forward in this country, that in 2026, something that wouldn't have happened in 1976 or certainly 1776, to pair these objects?
Yeah, I think about Revere, who's so invested in the idea of liberty, right? The Sons of Liberty Bowl, right here on the bowl, it says, we're advocating for the liberties of Massachusetts residents. But of course, he had a blind spot, as is everyone in that culture did, that liberty only extended so far. It was really white men who had that freedom. And, to think about how far we've come, and to think about how far I think the MFA as a leader here has come, is something that makes me very proud, even as I know that we have our own blind spots that the future will call out. But I'm very proud that we took this step forward, and interested in seeing what else happens in our field, other museums that own work by Dave.
Well, I'm speaking with Ethan Lasser, the MFA's Chief of Curatorial Affairs and Conservation. He and colleagues join us every month as part of our Countdown to 2026 series. We also want to talk about two Washington portraits that you have, George and Martha Washington. Like so many people affiliated with this time period, there are portraits by Gilbert Stuart. But, especially if you're watching right now on our GBH News YouTube stream, you'll see that they are unfinished. What's the story behind these works?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about these works, which many of your listeners might have in their pocket, because this is the dollar bill portrait. It's the portrait that you see on the dollar bill. Painted in 1796, and Stuart takes the likeness of our first president, but never finishes these works. They become the model for some 130 copies that he makes, but he keeps these unfinished. They're in his studio. They are what he's working off of as he makes these copies. And I like thinking about the poetry of that unfinishedness, and this is the way we'll position them in our new galleries. Not that Stuart was trying to say something about our country, but for me to look at these works of George and Martha today, to see the blank canvas around them, is to be reminded that this country is a work in progress. It was in 1796, still unfinished today, and there's something suggestive for me about how even our George Washington, our first president, is presented that way.
Well, it's fascinating to read about this, that Gilbert Stuart was commissioned by Martha Washington. What was her aim, and is there a theory as to why this work that maybe she even, well, who knows if she ultimately paid for or not, why they weren't finished?
Yeah, well, I think Gilbert Stuart realized that he referred to these as his $100 bill. Everyone who was someone in America was commissioning a Washington portrait to hang in their home, and Stuart realized that he could make a lot of copies. There was a lot of demand for them, and capitalized. Artists are good at resistance, but they're also good entrepreneurs. And he realized that there was money to be made, and this became his specialty, really. And yeah, George apparently hated sitting for portraits. He complains about the time he has to take while someone's painting him. And that might, to your question, why Martha, that might be part of it. But I think she realized that great leaders have their likeness taken, and that this was important to commission the great painter of the day, Gilbert Stuart, to take Washington's likeness. And of course, we're all familiar, as I say, through the dollar bill with this image. And it says a lot about what a leader is in the U.S.
What did she think of her husband's likeness?
Yeah, I don't know where she came down on it. I know that George was very invested in presenting himself as more everyman than king. Other leaders are being portrayed on their thrones, with their robes, with their scepters and crowns, say a portrait of a British king. But this is something very different. It's the ruddy cheeks of a working man. It's a pretty plain-clothed man in plain-clothed dress. I think you can identify with him, and it says something about what we wanted our leaders to be. That's very different from the traditional way of painting portraits of kings and queens in this period.
And also, speaking of kings and queens, nuance with Gilbert Stuart, born in Rhode Island, but spent a very significant portion of his career not in this country.
Yeah, I think Stuart's one of these artists who moves between borders. He's in Ireland for a while. He's in London for a while. He's not the most responsible guy. He runs up lots of debts, gambling debts. He may drink too much, but he comes back and he makes one of the great icons of American art in these portraits of George and Martha.
And of course, we see his works in many museums around the country. We see many of his works at the Museum of Fine Arts. Once he got his $100 bill portrait, is that what happened? Is it like the social media of its day? Once people recognized his talents, once people realized the individuals to whom he had access, that changed the game for him as an artist?
I think so, and I think that maybe he didn't even foresee the demand for people living with the likeness of the president as a way of showing their conviction, affiliation in this new country, that I'm going to hang this Washington. And by the way, Stuart makes copies. His daughter makes copies. There was early memory for me in my second grade classroom, a portrait in Brookline, Massachusetts. There was a portrait of George Washington. So we've lived with, we know this image. Many copies were made in the 1940s, and I think the demand for them is something that catapults Gilbert Stuart's career, and he paints the right guy at the right time.
Well, Ethan Lasser, always great to speak with you. Thank you so much for being here. And again, congratulations on a very significant promotion at the museum.
Thanks, Jared. We'll see you again, and pleasure to talk about these objects.
Ethan Lasser is the MFA's Chief of Curatorial Affairs and Conservation. As part of our countdown to 2026, we're speaking with the MFA each month, talking about artworks from the collection that offer a different perspective on the American Revolution. To keep on top of all of the museum's exhibitions and programming, go to mfa.org. Well, thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Tune in tomorrow for Diane Paulus. The Tony Award-winning director joins us to unmask what it takes to turn the Phantom of the Opera into an immersive off-Broadway experience. We'll also get a preview of the latest episode of the PBS series Breaking the Deadlock, which shows us what civil discourse can look like even when political polar opposites come together in the same room and have a civil conversation. The Culture Show crew is Max Chow-Gillette, Kate Dillis, and Chelsea Murs. Our engineer is Bill Piazzatelli. Colin Cockrell and Bill Francis produced today's YouTube live stream. If you ever miss us here on the radio, check out the Culture Show podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Spend your afternoon with us. Stay with us for GBH's All Things Considered at 4 and Marketplace at